All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Voinovich School of Leadership and Public Service, I'm very pleased to welcome you to the 13th Annual Appalachian Ohio State of the Region Conference. My name is Tracy Plouck, and I'm the Dean of the Voinovich School of Leadership and Public Service. The Voinovich School partners with communities, agencies, and businesses to increase capacity, develop leaders, and improve the quality of life for Ohioans. In the past year, our faculty, students, and professional staff partnered in more than 220 contracts and grants that helped build capacity in the region and the broader state. We've made improvements in many areas in concert with our partners. For example, we've assisted local agencies with strategic planning and evaluation projects. We've tested soil and water and helped to remediate the effects of acid mine drainage in the region. We've provided customized training for nonprofit and government agencies. We've developed research and analysis that informs local decision-making on economic development opportunities. We've offered technical assistance to local mayors and village administrators on topics such as housing and tax codes. We've advised community coalitions on the use of evidence-based approaches. We've challenged entrepreneurs in the region to expand their networks and their marketing. And we've taught small business owners how to increase their success in public service procurement opportunities. These are just a few examples of things that the Voinovich School's been working on. I could go on for half the morning, but I will spare you. We champion authentic community engagement, though, and we are very serious and very excited to be helping to make a difference in this region. And so we're so pleased to continue to support the region by hosting this event. This is our 13th year. About a week and a half ago, we had our commencement brunch for our graduating students and their families over in Walter Hall, and we had 180 people in attendance that day, and the room was packed in the Walter Hall Rotunda. And I was told that that's where the State of the Region used to be held before the secret got out and we got so much larger, and there's several more hundred people involved at this point. So we're pleased that you're here. Please take advantage of your time here today. You're going to receive a lot of information about innovations that are occurring in the region. So take some time to learn from our speakers. Take some time to network with colleagues and friends who you've not seen in some time. It's always great to have an in-person event for that reason. And be sure to share some of your own learnings from your own communities, even if you're not presenting here today. I think this is an important opportunity for us to continue to evolve and build our relationships, and we look forward to hosting that opportunity for everyone today. We're glad you're here. So to be as efficient as possible, I'm going to introduce others who are going to be offering greetings this morning. And speakers, as you come up and offer greetings, please just hand off to the next person. And our final speaker, Dr. Jason Jolley, will then be followed by our conference MC, Misty Crosby. So our next speaker is Randy Gonzalez. It's my pleasure to introduce Randy, a seasoned higher education leader and philanthropic consultant whose career spans more than 3 decades of service to public institutions and nonprofit organizations. A native of Chicago who spent his early years in Florida, Randy proudly calls Kentucky home, where he and his wife of nearly 40 years built a life grounded in education, family, and community engagement. Randy's held leadership roles across a range of institutions, including the University of Kentucky, Appalachian State, UNC Chapel Hill, and the University of Louisville, with experience in strategic planning, student development, fundraising, and finance. His recent work is focused on philanthropy, corporate and foundation relations, and advancing community initiatives. Now based in Athens, Ohio, Randy remains actively involved in nonprofit work while sharing in the mission and vision of his wife, Dr. Lori Stewart Gonzalez, the 23rd president of Ohio University. Following Randy's remarks, we'll hear from John Carey. John is the director of the Governor's Office of Appalachia. He's someone who's both well-known and deeply respected across the region and the state. A lifelong public servant and a proud son of Appalachian Ohio, John has long been a friend and a champion of many of the partners who are gathered here today. His career spans decades of leadership, including service as Chancellor of the Ohio Department of Higher Education, the Mayor of Wellston, and a legislator in both the Ohio House and Senate. He's also held key roles in higher education, including at Shawnee State University, always with a focus on advancing opportunities for Appalachian communities. John's work continues to reflect his unwavering commitment to collaboration, economic development, and improving quality of life throughout the region. John will be followed by Dr. Jason Jolley. Jason's the professor of rural economic development, director of the Master of Public Administration program, and the interim vice president for research and creative activity at Ohio University. He wears several hats here. Dr. Jolley brings a wealth of experience in regional economic development, public service, and applied research. He leads the Center for Economic Development and Community Resilience at the Voinovich School of Leadership and Public Service, and has served as principal investigator on over $10 million in sponsored research. His leadership extends beyond the university through his work with the Ohio Economic Development Institute and his advocacy for individuals with developmental disabilities. We're honored to have Jason with us here today as well. So I'm going to turn things over to Randy, and then he'll be followed by John, Jason, and then Misty, our MC. Thanks for your time.
Good morning. It is a pleasure to be here to welcome you to this 13th annual conference of the state of the region, but most importantly to host you here on Ohio University's Athens campus. As Tracy shared, my name is Randy Gonzalez, and I'm honored to be here to represent my wife, President Lori Stewart Gonzalez. Together, we share a deep commitment to the role Ohio University plays in helping to shape the future of our region. Lori had another commitment and couldn't be with us today, but she asked that I be here to thank you for taking the time to be here, most importantly, and also participate in these important conversations. It is really impressive to see this group of dedicated public servants, of business and organizational leaders, of economic development experts. And it just shows how important and powerful this conference has become. So thank you for taking that time to be here to participate in these conversations, but also for the faith and the investment that you have placed in our region and the future of it. This conference has become a cornerstone for regional collaboration. It is where ideas are exchanged, partnerships are formed, and practical solutions take shape. And in a time when communities are navigating uncertainty, these conversations that spark innovation matter even more. This conference will focus on 4 critical issues: housing, tourism, childcare, and downtown development. These aren't just trendy policy issues. These are systemic challenges that, if not addressed, will hold our progress back. At the center of regional collaboration, as most of you know, is Ohio University's Voinovich School for Leadership and Public Service. Voinovich has been a laboratory for innovation, helping communities to grow and change and transform since its inception. The school is a national model, most importantly, for how universities can work with both public and private sectors to strengthen our communities and to grow local economies. The mission of the Voinovich School and your work here today mirror Ohio University's deep commitment to engagement, what we now call our engage pillar of our dynamic strategies. Ohio University is focusing on engagement because we know that when we work collaboratively and engage to solve social and economic challenges and problems, change takes root. And we enhance capacity, we improve lives, and we expand opportunity. Lori and I encourage you to take full advantage of this opportunity to meet new collaborators, to travel upstream with urgency, and to renew your commitment to our beloved region. Thank you again for being here today, for returning to one of the most beautiful campuses in America. and for the time, talent, and resources that you are committing to help make this region the most dynamic place that it can possibly be. Thank you again for your time, and I'll now pass it off to John Carey from the Governor's Office of Appalachia.
Well, good morning, everyone. On behalf of Governor DeWine and Director Lydia Mahalik, I bring greetings from both of them. I know how much that the Governor and Director Mahalik both appreciate your work. Our, I don't know if it's the motto, but our theme for, or I'll say it this way, our task is empowering communities to succeed. That's what Director Mahalik asks us to do every day. And with all of you being here, you're empowering their communities to succeed. And I wanted to shout out a couple of partners, because I think today, for me at least, is a day to celebrate all of our partners that are part of the region and doing such great work. First of all, I want to mention Ohio University. Randy, thank you for the welcome. We appreciate so much President Gonzalez. We're very excited that you and she are both here in Athens at Ohio University. I'm a proud OU grad. I really like it that you're from Kentucky, that you're from Appalachia, so that's a positive. The Voinovich School has been a partner before it was even named the Voinovich School, when it was named the Institute of Local Government and Rural Development. Mike Finney, I saw him here, he remembers that. So we rely on them so much for technical assistance to communities, for advice, just for resources for our local communities, and not only for local communities, but also for the state. And I just want to say thank you to Dean Plouck and her team for everything they do for our region. This is a prime example, and I can't imagine how we get along without the Voinovich School and Ohio University being a big part of our region, so I want to thank them. You can give them applause if you like. The other partner I wanted to shout out was our local development districts, and you'll see them today. They're really our boots on the ground. They talk to local communities. I tell the story. Lieutenant Governor Tressel came in and met with all of us at the Department of Development, and he asked me what was my favorite project, which was a hard question, but I came up with the idea that we had a very small village that had 50 sewer customers that was really in great need. Their sewer system was not working, but it only cost $11,000 to fix. And sometimes the smaller projects are harder to fund than the bigger projects, but not always. But so we worked with they've been working with the Mayor's Partnership for Progress. They had their plan in order to fix the situation. Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission came up with part of the money, and that we were able to solve that problem for that community, which was a really big deal for them. So as we learn today and we navigate, every one of you are partners. If you're here, you're a partner for the Appalachian region, and we appreciate each and every one of you. We know that we have a lot on our plate. Our practitioners are probably working harder than they ever had to work, but the dividends are really going to show, we're really going to pay off in the end. So thank you to each one of you for being here and being interested in promoting your communities in Appalachia. Now I hand it off to Jason.
So good morning, everyone. So my name is Jason Jolley, and as Dean Plouck mentioned, I'm a faculty member here in the Voinovich School, where I serve as director of Ohio University's portion of our Rural Universities Consortium University Center. This is a longstanding partnership with our friends and colleagues at Bowling Green State University, so they're here today, and we appreciate that. Together, we serve 65 of the 88 counties here in Ohio with technical assistance and other economic development support. This marks the 29th year of this important collaboration, and our State of the Region event is one of the signature pieces of that EDA University Center program. So normally I would use this time to thank our federal partners, particularly the Appalachian Regional Commission and the U.S. Economic Development Administration, and I would also spend some time talking about the work that we've been doing over the past year. This year, we're going to do something a little bit different. So what I would like to do is just take a moment to honor the life and the legacy of our dear friend Marty Hohenberger. Many of you worked with Marty, and he passed away in March. So we have some pictures of Marty with our students, with his wife Joan. He left an indelible mark on us here at Ohio University and on our region. So many of you knew Marty and knew that he was a tireless champion for economic development here in Ohio. He worked many years in the private sector before spending 17 years with the Dayton Development Coalition, and his most recent role with Dayton was as the Vice President for Business Development. We were incredibly fortunate when Marty joined our team in 2018 as our Director for the Center for Economic Development and Community Resilience. In that role, he played an essential part in planning the State of the Region event over the last 7 years. He worked closely with our partners across the Appalachian Ohio region and engaged in a whole range of initiatives, a considerable amount of strategic planning with many of the communities in this room. More than anything, Marty cared deeply about people, and he had a special place in his heart, and he was an excellent mentor to our younger staff and to our students. He consistently made time to mentor them, to encourage them, and to create opportunities for them to grow in their work. Our team and everyone who had the privilege working with Marty is certainly better off for having known him. We appreciated his integrity and his generosity and his unwavering commitment to our mission. So what I'd like to ask before we begin our program, if we could just have a brief moment of silence in memory of Marty. Thank you. So now, in that same spirit of dedication and collaboration that Marty exemplified, we're excited to turn our attention to today's program. And we have a great lineup of speakers focused on something Marty was very passionate about. How do we build strong and thriving communities? So with that, I'll turn it over to Misty Crosby, our MC, to proceed with the event. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome again to the 13th Annual State of the Region Conference. We are running a little bit late, so I'm going to be real fast. And I already texted Kathy Zook and said we've got a 20-minute break after this first session, so we might go into that a little bit, so don't get antsy. So as Jason said, I'm Misty Crosby. I'm a senior executive in residence at the Voinovich School. I have the pleasure of being your MC today. And we appreciate you all joining us in person and virtually. We had 291 physical registrations and 67 folks are joining us online, so that's great. Housekeeping notes. The restrooms are outside in the hall across from the atrium. If you've driven a personal vehicle, ensure that it's parked in the parking lot we reserved for attendees next to Beniston Stadium, lot number 132, to avoid getting a ticket, because that will happen here. Parking maps are available at the front desk if you need that. This year's program is available online, so if you scan you have two table tents. The large table tent, there's a QR code on that. It'll give you the agenda and all of the things, or you can type in sotr.ohio.edu, and then you can find the speakers and their biographies and all the things. To ask our speakers questions during the Q&A segments, you'll need to submit them online. So there's a small table tent on the tables. You scan the QR code with your phone's camera, or you type in the URL that's listed there. You can click the plus sign in the bottom toolbar and type in your question. You can also like other people's questions to upvote them, so the moderators will see that live up here. And so if enough people out there, they can kind of run the show up here. So do that. And then you can add your own comments to the questions. So. Feel free to engage. For those who will be sharing updates on social media, which I know a lot of you will be, please use the hashtag SOTR, State of the Region, and tag the Voinovich School if you would in your posts throughout the day. Feel free to tag the speakers, share your favorite moments, and connect with other attendees. We like that. During our breaks, please take a moment to visit those tabling out in the hall, pick up their paraphernalia, say hello, get to know people. Respect your speakers, put your phones on silent if you would, and to connect to Wi-Fi, just use OU Guest, and there's no login. One final note, this conference is being recorded, so the sessions will be available to review by the end of the week, and watch for an email with the recording link. Now, before we begin to the important parts, I want to give special thanks to the elected officials here today, the local development districts who are our conference partners for their service. I don't know if any of you celebrated last week, Public Service Recognition Week, but it was a great week, and I know a lot of you folks in here deserve a lot of applause. Would Stephanie Gilbert from OVRDC, Chastity Schmelzenball from Buckeye Hills, Vicki Maple from Omega, Kathy Zook from Eastgate, Matt Abbott from Ohio Southeast, Glenda Baumgartner from Appalachian Partnership, Inc., and Appalachian Growth Capital, Dean Plouck from the Voinovich School, and all state, federal, and local officials, please rise for our appreciation. Come on. I know you're in the room. Wow. Thank you all so very much for your leadership and your efforts that are actively improving lives and enabling strong communities in our rural Appalachian Ohio. We couldn't do it without you. We haven't come this far without you, and so we all appreciate you. I also want to provide special recognition to our event sponsors today. Will those representing the Ohio Air Quality Development Authority please rise? Christina's here somewhere. There she is. Thank you, Christina. And those representing Jobs Ohio and Ohio Southeast, please rise. Thank you, Matt. We thank you for your continued support and partnership. Would those representing Appalachian Growth Capital and Appalachian Partnership please rise? Oh, wonderful. Thank you, guys. Thanks so much. They are the sponsors of today's live stream and of today's lunch, so thank you very much. Thank you again for your generosity. It's now my pleasure to kick off the first session focused on housing, which is a timely topic. This is hosted by Eastgate Regional Councils of Governments. So please welcome Kathy Zook, Matt Abbott of Ohio Southeast, Ian Beniston from the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation, Ralph Klein representing the Ironton Lawrence Community Action Organization, and Carey Pigman from the Athens County Foundation to the stage. Thank you all.
Well, good morning. As our panel comes in and is seated, I am Kathy Zook. I'm the Appalachian Program Manager for Eastgate, as we call it. And it's my privilege to work with our fellow local development districts, my sister agencies as I refer to them. As we come together and we collaborate, we find that even though our districts are very different, we also have really common issues and concerns. And one of them is housing, affordable housing, accessible housing. So the last year, Eastgate, we always love a plan. We have worked and completed our housing feasibility study that's available online and also through the conference today. But I'm really excited about this panel because they've actually done the work and they have stories to tell in success of affordable housing in their communities. So I'm going to start geographically in the most southern region of Appalachia. We have Mr. Ralph Klein. He is the Assistant Executive Director for the Ironton Lawrence County Community Action Organization. And we have two projects we're going to talk about with Ralph. One is the Applewood Family Housing Campus, and the second is the Chesapeake Senior Housing. What we had a chance to talk previously, and this really nails three things that are of concern for us in Appalachia: housing, workforce, and increasing access to healthcare. So I don't want to steal your thunder. You've done a great job, so please share with us your project, Ralph.
Well, thank you. I've been with Ironton Lawrence Community Action for quite some time, and housing has always been one of our top priority needs and goals and things of the agency, try to develop additional resources and so on with that. So we've completed 8 tax credit projects, working on number 9 and 10 non-tax credit projects. And we've learned quite a bit over a period of time. And I think one of the biggest things, which Kathy was referring to, is that, to have good, successful, and probably the most efficient affordable housing, you try to make it available where the services are there for those individuals. We mentioned the Proctor's Landing project. That's a senior project. And so with the senior projects, we try to bring in all the supportive services into the facility. You know, we have a social worker or whatever, case manager that works with those individuals, that works with the problem. So we try to include a portion of the facilities where you have the appropriate community rooms, your counseling rooms, those types of things, to where we can rotate case managers, staff, that kind of thing, into those projects to work with those individuals. One of our things which is kind of unique with our CAO, we also operate a federal public qualified health center. And by that, we can bring in also medical, medical screenings tied to behavioral health issues, a lot of those things that seniors face over a period of time. Our Proctor's Landing was one of the fastest, more recent projects, but one of the fastest. I think the total rent up on that project was less than 60 days and things. And to show the need for the housing, we're looking at 100 to 200 person waiting lists constantly for that. So, I think that shows probably not just our community, but all Southern Ohio and probably Appalachia, the need for affordable housing, and that was senior housing. So with that, we moved on to our next one project, which is the Applewood project. That's a 50-unit family. We targeted more towards the smaller family, the 1 and 2. We do have 3-bedroom units and so on. And try to bring the resources to that project like we would for seniors, but more appropriate for the individual. So one of the key things that we built with that project was a early childhood center. We operate the Head Starts and daycare programs and after-school programs and things within the community. So we have a separate building, and I think it pops up here periodically on the thing, which has operations of daycare and early childhood and Head Start students for up to 200 units or 200 kids at that location. We have actually been able to use that to help provide the child care services for those single moms or single parents or parents that are working jobs, so then they have a safe and affordable place to do child care services. Within that facility, we also have the same type of thing where we rotate all of our empowering services, one-stop, the employment services, the weatherization services, and case managers that can deal with everything from domestic violence to drug addiction and so on. So it's heavily served, in that direction also. And then we developed it as part of a kind of a campus setting because we have one of our larger medical clinics and behavioral health clinics very close by within walking distance of that facility. So again, I think the thing that we're learning is trying to bring those comprehensive services to those sites, which I think helps assist those tenants, those residents, when they do get into problems, having troubles, they're overcoming their obstacles. And our ultimate goal, which I think we experience a lot, especially the month of June here, is that when they kind of graduate from our affordable housing and we can get them into where they can actually purchase the home. So we'd love to lose those and have a vacancy where somebody can move on and to be able to build another house or whatever. So
Thank you. That sounds like you've got a lot of multi-generational folks that are living within the campus and getting services, which is something we definitely like to see. And then also you mentioned the Chesapeake for the seniors. That in particular, I thought was really interesting because that came from redevelopment. Could you talk a little bit about that?
yeah, that's our newest adventure. We're crossing our fingers here next week of being able to receive tax credits. It's a Chesapeake landing. It looks very much like a model of the Proctor's Landing Senior Project. The demand is there. But this is kind of unique, and one of the things that we face in Lawrence County is the lack of land with available infrastructure. The Applewood project, for example, we had about basically $1 million sewer extension, which ARC and CBG folks helped us out on that to be able to support that project. But our newest project is kind of in a redevelopment area. It was an abandoned mobile home park. Probably all but maybe a handful of the mobile homes have been totally abandoned. So working with our partners, with LEDC, Lawrence Economic Development Corporation, we kind of took that project on hand, cleaned out that, worked with the tenants to get them into appropriate alternative housing and so on, and now have cleared that site. It's a beautiful site. It's on the Ohio River and overlooks the Ohio River, but it wasn't so beautiful 5 years ago when we started this effort. So, but with that, the village of Chesapeake, it has a lot of smaller and homes, and they are typically occupied by your seniors, couples, individuals, and so on. So what we are looking at doing, because our Chesapeake Landing would be restricted to, quote, affordable units and so on, is also to try to encourage I want to say affordable cottages, but market rate cottages, senior cottages in that area, because there's some excess land that we have from this mobile home park, but then there's properties that have been cleared through land banks, acquiring and tearing down houses, and then there are small homes becoming available. So we are partnering with our Lawrence Economic Development Corporation partners in trying to build, smaller senior cottages, do infill in the village of Chesapeake, to where we have some other commercial development going on, and then being able to extend a lot of the services and the facilities that we have for the Chesapeake Landing, also for those residents. A lot of times you'll find that residents, seniors especially, in their homes aren't able to stay in the homes because they can't take care of it, maintain their yards, that type of thing. So with that, where we already have that management services at our Chesapeake Landing, we're looking at extending that out in the nearby neighborhood and to be able to offer that to those residents. Again, trying to keep those individuals in the homes as much as possible, and then offer some senior cottages for individuals that may not qualify for our affordable Chesapeake units.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Ralph. I appreciate that. So now let's go a little farther north in the Appalachian region to the Buckeye Hills area. We have Carey Pigman. She is the executive director for the Athens County Foundation. And Carey brings a little different perspective to the group. We are focusing on housing security and how they are collaborating and providing space for folks to come in. So please share with us your success and your many partners that bring it all together with you.
Sure. Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, and Ralph, I appreciate hearing everything that you've done and have learned a lot and expect that we'll be talking some more, so thank you. In Athens County, I think like many communities throughout our region, housing security is a significant issue. I'll give a shout out to the Voinovich School who did a data brief for us on housing in Athens County, and a couple of things really stood out in that report that have guided our work. For those who are in the extremely low income category in our county, there are only 3.5 available accessible units for every 10 families in our community. I once heard somebody use an analogy. It's like playing musical chairs, and there are 10 people playing musical chairs and only three chairs, and often that forces people to make poor decisions because they have no better choice. So perhaps choosing an apartment or a house where the rent is too high for their income, which can lead to eviction, which can lead to more housing insecurity. Additionally, the report showed that this isn't just an issue in our community that affects individuals, it affects families. Across the Athens County school districts, there are nearly 115 students who have been identified as unhoused in our community. Obviously, that has a ripple effect throughout our entire community and the overall health of our community. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about the how and then the what we've accomplished in Athens County. At the Athens County Foundation, a couple of years ago, we launched what we're calling Project Co-Create, which is kind of built on the idea that everybody, every organization, every community member has something to contribute, and that no one organization can be responsible for solving the generational challenges that our communities have faced. But the belief that if we all come together, contributing what we can, whether that's lived experience, whether that's resources, whether that's expertise, then we can create durable, sustainable solutions to these challenges that perhaps have previously been thought of as unsolvable. And so a couple of years ago, as we were starting Project Co-Create, we started having conversations with a lot of nonprofits and individuals in our community, recognizing that housing insecurity is on the rise, that there seems to be an increasing number of unhoused individuals in Athens County, and what might we do about it? And so in December of 2023, we convened the first conversation of this Project Co-Create Housing Security Group and brought together a number of nonprofits and community members that were working in this space or impacted by this issue, and began rallying around what we might do to address some of these issues. We spent a lot of time at the beginning, probably annoyingly so to some of the action-oriented members of our coalition, developing a charter for the group, as well as some community agreements that would govern how we work together. That group quickly grew. We found that for every one connection we initially made, it kind of resulted in 3 additional connections to the group. And that group is now about 40 organizations strong, with additional community members joining. And we're meeting monthly, and I see several friends in the room who are part of that work, and regularly have 40 to 60 individuals who are attending those meetings and working together. So once the group got formed and got moving, several themes emerged, and one was the lack of a low-barrier emergency shelter in Athens County. And kind of coincidentally, around the same time, a grant opportunity came up with the Ohio Department of Development, and because we spent time, I think, building trust and collaboration, the group was able to very, very quickly respond, and a team of folks came together. HAPCAP, our local community action agency, offered to lead a grant application that was pulled together in about 5 days. And any of you grant writers know that that in and of itself could be the end of the story as the feat here. But the group, with a letter of support signed by, I think, 38 agencies in Athens County, was awarded $2 million to purchase and acquire the Sunset Motel here in the city of Athens and restore and renovate it to become a low-barrier shelter. And so that was a big win for the group, and that shelter will open next summer. But the work doesn't stop there. The group is working on community education and engaging and advocacy, engaging more people in our community to be part of these solutions. We've done that in partnership with Ohio University, with the Grover Lecture Series, bringing the author of Evicted and Poverty by America to speak to the community about these issues and really getting people activated and engaged to be part of the solution. The group mobilized in January during our cold snap to open an emergency warming center and staffed it largely with volunteers from the community, as well as a couple of lead agencies I'll mention the Gathering Place here in the city of Athens is doing remarkable work, taking care of our unhoused neighbors. And the work is continuing, and we're kind of expanding this model, and I'm happy to hear from my partners on the stage here to think about issues around senior housing, additional affordable housing development units that kind of gets at the root cause.
Thank you, Carey. A lot of great collaboration going on here in Athens. And I know when we had a chance to talk before, one of the things that struck me that you had shared was the unhoused oftentimes are working and living in their homes. Could you talk a little bit about, who the folks are?
Yeah.
And the children that
Yep.
are in that
Yeah,
situation
I
as
think
well?
that data point of kids is one that, for me personally, was really sort of eye-opening. These are kids who are waking up every morning, showing up at school, perhaps without the things that we all perhaps had when we showed up to school, having slept in a warm bed and had a nice breakfast, made in our homes. We have found through this work that there are a lot of people who, even though they're working, can't afford housing in Athens County and are choosing to perhaps live in their cars. There are a lot of individuals and families sleeping in their cars in parking lots of big box retailers here in the city of Athens. Things like that we would think of as couch surfing. So people who are unhoused who might be leaning on friends or families to have a warm place to sleep, but that's very, very fragile. It's a very, very fragile system. You're one disagreement away or one illness away from perhaps being kicked out of that situation. And so that's what housing insecurity really means. It's not knowing where you're going to sleep tomorrow night, next week, next month, because you're moving around and trying to make the best of it. And we do also have encampments in the kind of adjacent to our cities, folks who are living in tent encampments as well. And then perhaps waking up, going to the Gathering Place for a shower, and then going on to work. And so I think one of the things that this group is trying to do is dispel a lot of the myths around what it looks like to be housing insecure, and that people are not choosing to live this way. It's really a result of not having enough affordable housing stock. Ralph mentioned the waiting list for people to get into units. It's the same thing in Athens County.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to light. I appreciate that. So now we're going a little farther north into the Omega region. We have Matt Abbott. He is currently the executive director of Ohio Southeast. I guess a couple months in there. But we want to talk a little bit about the work that you and your team accomplished when you were with the Muskingum County Port Authority. I like to say that you planted a seed and watched it grow, because you started with the study and then it came into multiple projects. So could you tell us the secret, how you got started and how it all came together?
Yeah, well, thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to be on the panel and with everyone today. I feel like there should be 10 other people up here as well, because it really takes collaboration across a lot of different agencies, organizations, and groups of elected officials to implement real change in your communities. And the conversation about housing from a local economic development agency, 10 years ago, we weren't talking about this. We were trying to attract companies to come into our communities, trying to facilitate and help companies grow. We were trying to get sites and buildings and an inventory to market to bring jobs to our community, and housing would just follow. In 2018, we had an attraction project in Zanesville is what really got, our agency involved. We attracted a company that invested over $200 million and created 102 jobs in one of our business parks. And they started construction. About a year went by. It was late 2019. I received a call from some of the HR folks that was hiring for this company. And they said, Matt, can you connect us with some of your local real estate agents? We want the leadership of our company, our plant managers, our engineers, our IT professionals, HR professionals. we want them within 30 minutes of the facility, and we just need some help. So absolutely connected them with some local real estate agents. About 2 weeks later, I get a call. Well, that 30 minutes was broadened to an hour to live within the plant. So if you take an hour around the city of Zanesville, those individuals that are, obviously higher wage earners, but they're also leaders. They're leaders within their company, and they were locating not in Muskingum County. They were locating, in other surrounding counties. Luckily, they're in Ohio, of course, but those are people that we want coaching our kids. Those are people that we want sitting on boards and school boards and being engaged in community leadership activities. And that's when we realized we've got a problem, and we need to do some work around that. So, like anything else, our organization was not, there was no Brinks truck that came to the Zanesville-Muskingum County Port Authority to drop dollars off hey, we're just thinking of a study and, let's do it. So we worked with our Chamber of Commerce, and we started talking to our local banks. And we engaged our local banks, and we raised the dollars to do a housing study. And, what I personally learned and what really the group learned throughout this housing study, we thought we knew what we needed. We had no clue until this housing study was revealed. And basically, it said we were deficient in every area, and it told us why. And, so we learned a lot. We learned about the housing continuum, and I think, all of us in this room can think about, that first apartment, and this continuum and how this goes. Some second apartment, and that second apartment sometimes crappier than others, and that's what they told us. The first crappy apartment, second crappy apartment. So I was eyes on because I could relate to that personally, being in college, but all the way from a first-time home buyer to executive home, and then kind of the step-down opportunities, so condos, patio homes, things of that sort. So we learned about the continuum. So where do you start in that continuum to create velocity amongst this housing continuum overall? And we were able to take this and get it in front of some trade organizations that worked with housing developers. And we talked to housing developers we had within our community, and they just basically said, we don't have the capacity to build the homes that you need based on this report. And some of the other stifling information that we found in Muskingum County, that 40% of the single-family homes had zero mortgage. So we knew there was a lot of equity in the market in single-family homes. There were a lot of empty nesters that were living in 3-bedroom and 2-bath homes that just didn't have the opportunity to move into a condo, to move into a patio home, kind of the step-down living opportunities. So, we took this study as a third party and was able to market it. And then we started partnering across the board. Our mayor was talking about housing. Our commissioners was talking about housing. Our agency, Economic Development, was talking about the need for housing, and our land bank was talking about housing. So we had really a four-pronged approach to do some different things, and the brownfield dollars came out. So we took advantage through our land bank of some of the brownfield programs. We had a couple blighted school properties within the city of Zanesville, and you'll see, when the slide gets up to Zane Commons and Munson Crossing, those were two former school properties that, people had good intentions when the doors closed to do different things, and really found out it's tough to rehabilitate and redevelop school buildings. So those were two properties we were able to attract. We attracted about 157 units, workforce housing units. So there were some thresholds of 80% of the cost of living and 60% of the cost of living. There were 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 1 bedroom apartments and waiting lists, for these. We also, the Port Authority owned property, and we were able to discount some of the property, and we're in the midst, there's a deal that should be closing here very soon in Zanesville that would create about 300 units, a mixture of condominiums, apartments, and single-family homes. A community foundation had 75 acres of property, and it had sat on it for years, tried to market it, and we really got engaged in this 75-acre parcel. for this property, and the Port Authority paid for due diligence. We paid for LiDAR. We paid for preliminary engineering. So we wanted to mitigate any risk for a developer to come in and put housing on this property. So we were very aggressive, very bullish, but we had everybody collaborating together, everybody pulling in the same direction. Because one of the key things that the study revealed that really struck me, and it talked about the ability for Zanesville to maintain its current workforce is at risk by our current housing stock. So as the jobs in Muskingum County, roughly we had 39,000 people in our workforce of 86,000 in population, but 39,000 in the workforce. Just to sustain what we had, we didn't have adequate housing. So businesses are growing in our community. They're adding jobs. They're trying to bring people in. We don't have the adequate housing to do that. We don't have the adequate housing for attraction projects to bring new companies in. So it really became a problem. And then, we're right next to Licking County in Muskingum County, and we know the growth that's happened in Licking County, and it's been great for Muskingum County as well. But the same hard cost to build a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in Licking County is the same as it is in Muskingum County. The only issue is the sale price is going to be anywhere from 15 to 20% higher in Licking County. So where's your incentives at? Where's your tools at? And that's what we have to really combat, not only in Muskingum County, but as a region, is that 15 to 20% competitive nature. So standing up CRAs, looking at tax increment financing. Port authorities have structures to do bond financing and be a conduit in the financial structure. So you really have to align your incentives with your vision and really drive that home. And we were able to do some neat things, and I think, there's more to come, not only from Muskingum County, but more to come in our entire region around this. So overall, that's, kind of our story and the things that we've done and the people that you have to get involved in this conversation. And it's not one agency that's going to be able to go it alone or do it alone. It takes a cooperative effort to get these things done, and everybody beginning with the end in mind. Here's what we really want. Now go get it.
Thank you, Matt. I think you've just provided a great blueprint of how we can take this back to our own communities. Thank you for the work that you guys were able to accomplish. I'm learning some new words here that I haven't been as familiar with before. Housing insecurity, and now workforce housing. Could you tell us a little bit, what do you mean by workforce housing units, and who's in there? Who are you targeting for that?
Yeah, I didn't personally make the term. That was a term I learned along the way. But the workforce housing component, is really the threshold, the income threshold. So, these are kind of entry-level positions. So people that, are working in entry-level labor positions is what we referred to as workforce housing. So the 80% of the cost of living threshold within your community, the 60%. So there has to be, so many at each tier of that to make that work, to secure the funding for a LIHTC project or, different financing mechanisms that were used, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We're becoming more familiar with the terminology here. So now we're going to go to my neck of the woods in the Eastgate region. We have Ian Beniston. He is the executive director for the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation, we call YNDC. And I asked Ian to join us today because I think what his group has done is an excellent job in Youngstown with affordable housing. He's a great collaborator, both in the nonprofit, the for-profit, the public and private, just putting all those stacks together and actually building units. I thought you only had like 15 or so, and you've far exceeded that. So please tell us about what some of the things you're doing in the Youngstown region.
Sure. Good morning, and thank you, Kathy. As Kathy said, my name's Ian Beniston. I'm the executive director of the Youngstown Neighborhood Development Corporation, which is a nonprofit community development corporation working primarily in the city of Youngstown, but really throughout the county and even more regionally over the past several years. Just want to give you a little bit of background about myself. I grew up on the north side of Youngstown, which is perhaps one of the most urban locations in Ohio's Appalachian region. But I have roots throughout Appalachia. My grandpa moved barges up and down the Ohio River, lived in Wellsville in southern Columbiana County. I've spent some time living on the Allegheny River. My brother has spent about 10 years. He felt the pull of Athens here and has lived down here for a good decade, also in Meigs County. I've spent a lot of time in all of those places, but my experience really comes from Youngstown, my work there, growing up there, that being my home. With that said, I think, there's a lot of common themes that I've already heard from the panel, but even in my own analysis of the state of housing in the Appalachian region, I wanted to just hit on a couple things before I really get into the work. First, what I've observed is our housing is old, not just in Youngstown, but throughout Appalachian Ohio. There's tons of deferred maintenance, probably billions of dollars. Our development capacity is very weak. Recently, I was pulling our building permit data in Mahoning County and looking at the rate which we're building new housing. It would probably take us about 700 years to replace the current housing stock in our county. All of you in this room know most housing we build now is not going to last anywhere near 700 years. So getting to the economic development and all of these things, we have major challenges there. Again, when I see capacity too throughout the Appalachian region, and this isn't just Ohio, I've spent time in Western Pennsylvania, West Virginia, there's limited capacity to develop housing, limited understanding of the process. It's not very easy. It's not something that anyone can do where you take a street and you have to remove blight to replace the infrastructure, even if it's in an existing community. So really have a lot of work to do there on building capacity to actually build housing and get things done. Wanted to tell you a little bit about my experience, and I kind of serve perhaps as the spokesperson for a team, not just at YNDC. I would say our primary partners in developing housing in the city are the city of Youngstown and the Mahoning County Land Bank. Have some of my teammates from the city here in the back of the room. We've taken a collective approach. Again, this is something that you kind of need to be relentless and stick to it in doing. We call it an incremental approach. We started small. Our organization has only existed for about 15 years. Started doing just a handful of houses at a time. Right now, in the most recent year, we repaired 360 odd houses. We're currently building about 40 houses, renovating about 20 others. We've renovated a couple hundred homes and buildings in the city of Youngstown at this point. And as much as it's about housing, it's also about neighborhood stabilization. So perhaps something a little different than what's been said. There's a real strategy to it in our efforts to build the market. And just as an aside there, we want to see housing developed by the private sector too, not just us as a nonprofit or with our government and land bank partners. So we need to build the market, and there's the strategy and a process to it. But I did want to stop for a second and also say why I think, and I don't want to preach here, but why housing is so important. I really view it as the foundational issue. In my opinion, we don't really need to talk about any of these other issues if we can't get housing right. We know housing is the basis for being able to attract jobs. It's the basis for education. We have thousands of children in Ohio's Appalachian region living in old housing filled with lead paint. I know well children that have been poisoned by lead paint. There's no undoing it. It doesn't matter what educational program you have to put them in. Once they have that developmental damage, there's no undoing it. So I think fixing our existing housing stock is hugely important. We kind of take that strategy of fix it first. That means several things. That means like that building up on the screen that we renovated, a 4-unit apartment building that was vacant, renovating that. It also means fixing housing that people already live in with critical repairs, with making them lead safe. A lot of our work is about doing that. If we don't fix those houses, ultimately, a lot of folks will have to vacate them. In the city of Youngstown, we've torn down in excess of 10,000 housing units since I've been an adult. So a lot of those could be houses that we're not now having to rebuild new ones if there had been a more coherent and resource stabilization strategy decades ago. So I think as I look out across the Appalachian region in Ohio, I really see the need to stabilize the housing stock that's there and then to develop capacity to build housing at an affordable cost. A lot of what we struggle with in Youngstown is the cost to construct new housing. Our market is weak. Perhaps it costs us $250,000 to build a house, but we can only sell it on that street for $200,000. Well, we have a problem there, right? So, and we can't be, particularly in this current environment, we can't be reliant on government subsidies. So we must figure out a way to bring the cost down, which I'll come back to in a minute. I did want to just give you a few project examples, then perhaps get in the weeds a little about how we do it. Some of my colleagues have already mentioned some of these things. There's a few others, though, that I want to make note of. So a lot of our work is single family. So we're building about 40 single family new homes. These are in existing neighborhoods. We also do multifamily. It's not necessarily the tax credit approach, the large buildings. It's what I, with a background in urban planning, would call that missing middle housing. The neighborhoods that I grew up in Youngstown, they didn't have 40-unit apartment buildings. They had duplexes, quads, triplexes, integrated into the fabric of the neighborhood. Those are the types of housing units that we're rebuilding. We do that by layering and trying to utilize all funding sources that are out there. So again, I mentioned some of our partners. The city, blesses us with a good number of community development block grant, home funds. Recently, we've been working with our county land bank and have been awarded in the first 2 fiscal years of Welcome Home Ohio, $7.5 million. That's allowing us to renovate and develop dozens of new units of housing. We access the Federal Home Loan Bank system. We sit here in the Federal Home Loan Bank of Cincinnati's region. There are points, if you don't know, for development in Ohio's Appalachian region that's focused on affordable housing, but you can use it for sale and for rent. We also use funds from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Pittsburgh, the Ohio Housing Trust Fund, our area agency on aging. You kind of get the idea. Anywhere that you can possibly find funding to put towards this approach, both of stabilizing the existing stock and then starting to fill in, we have to figure that out. Recently, I've kind of been hell-bent on also finding lower cost capital. So to do these projects, it's millions of dollars. We have to get money. Typically, that's construction or bridge financing from banks. The problem with that is it costs money, often more money than I want to pay for the money. So we've been looking at alternative sources. Most recent example, our local health system, Mercy Health, which is part of Mercy Bon Secours, just made us a $3 million multi-year loan at a 1% interest rate. So that gets to that challenge of bringing down the cost of housing. What part of these unseen things that don't even really add value to the housing itself, like the cost of money, if you can bring that down. We've heard mention of the tax-exempt purchasing. Our most recent endeavor is really to figure out how to bring down the cost of housing. What we're looking at now is what I would say is kind of a regional scale nonprofit building organization that would encompass multiple counties and multiple communities, allow us to build the housing at a reduced cost, to aggregate a purchasing power of materials, again, to try to bring it down with our ultimate goal being to do it without subsidy. Yes, we're using a lot of those programs now because we have to, but to get to scale, we know that that's not the solution. That is part of the solution, though, on owner-occupied repair. I would challenge all of you, too, that aren't doing that to look at it. I drove down here yesterday, came down 77, cut across to Athens. Many of the communities that I drove through saw lots of deferred maintenance in the housing stock. I see lots of projects as, my mind's kind of wired now. I look at a house, I can tell you real quick how much it costs just to stabilize the building envelope there. But there are resources out there, and again, not to harp on this, but what I see is that many communities are not even competing for them. I think that's something in Youngstown. We've tried to put a team together to attract these resources, whether it be state programs, these federal home loan bank programs, even nationally competitive programs. We do have some direct grants from HUD. We have to be able to compete in this region. We have to develop our capacity to do it. A couple more projects I wanted to hit on. Again, get at the infill. When we're doing the infill, we're also developing all types of housing. So that's for sale. Some of that's affordable. Some of that's restricted in a land trust model. Some of that's really what we would consider market rate. Same thing with rental, but also looking at different models. We know that not everyone needs the same type of housing. I'm always keen on making sure we have some one-floor models. Our population is aging. Also having some zero-step models, visitable models. Recently, we've constructed, and you'll actually see the picture of some of the footers coming up here on the screen. We built a couple of duplex. We're building 3 more. You see the foundations in there. Those will be 2 units up and above. Those are net zero projects, so there will be 100% on-site solar generation. And doing this is not a gimmick. It's not just because we want to do something environmentally conscious. It's because when we talk about developing affordable housing, the cost is not just the rent. We get, I think, beyond Cleveland, the most snow in Ohio, except up in the snow belt. I mean, the gas bills are high. When we can build an electric unit with all solar powered on site, we're bringing down the cost of housing for the unit. The only bill they have at that point is their sewer and water. There's no electric, no gas. And with the solar credits that are out there, hopefully they remain at the federal level. There's been no time like the present to do these projects. So I think being creative, building capacity, working together, you've heard all of these themes, using all the tools. We also work with our Port Authority, multi-county Port Authority in Youngstown. Have worked directly with them on several projects. So making sure you have all the partners lined up and that you're competing. It is hard work. You got to figure out how to do it or find the people that can help you do it and keep doing it. So happy to answer questions and definitely appreciated hearing from the panel here too.
Well, we appreciate your passion and your dedication. Thank you, Ian. I would like to ask, though, with all the works both in refurbishment and new building, could you tell us who are the folks that are moving in and what are they looking for?
Yeah, that's the question that everyone asks, and the answer is that I don't have a good answer. It's not like, oh, there's young hipsters that are buying all the houses. I mean, basically, we have collages in our office of home buyers and home repair clients. It's really all types of people, single, married, children, black, white, brown, I mean, across. It's a very diverse, dynamic group of folks. So we see need and demand really across the spectrum, and that also relates to income strata. I mean, it's not just low-income people. We've heard talk about working. You know, I kind of consider it that 120 AMI and below as our sweet spot, and figuring out how to build housing for the average person. You know, even if you're making $25, $30 an hour, it can be very difficult for you to buy a new house, even in Youngstown. It's not really attainable. So it's kind of across the spectrum. We did a housing study. It basically shows us we need housing at every income strata, so for sale and for rent. So what does that mean for the buyer pool? It means it's everyone. It's not one type. And we're developing in neighborhoods. Perhaps you can typecast a little more in downtown or center city environments. Most of our work is focused on existing neighborhoods outside of those center city environments.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to address some questions to the panels, and I see we have our QR codes. Unfortunately, I can't get the tablet to work, so I don't know if our tech group can assist. You know, they call me Mayhem for a reason. But here comes. Thank you. It wanted me to take a picture, and I just wasn't going to do that. But anyways, to our panelists, thank you so much. Great insight here. Could you, this is to all of you, maybe talk a little about how do you get financing and start that? You got the plan. Now, how do you start? Everyone wants to know, how do you get your capital stack in order?
Thank you. It's a good question. Under my own.
I don't, give it a tap. You're wrong.
Okay. Yeah, that's always a good question, and I hear the same problems. How do you get your cost of development down to what you can afford to do it on the market? And we are faced, with that situation a lot of times. For the affordable housing, typically we rely heavily on OFA, either their tax credit program or the non-tax credit programs. But it does involve an investment, local investment of considerable cash and dollars, and luckily our agency, we've been around and we have multiple business activities that does allow us to generate a certain amount of things to do some of the upfront cost. But then you use a combination of loan funds, grant funds, or forgivable loan funds. We've delved into the federal home loan, which I would encourage folks to definitely look at there. We had the Ohio Housing Finance Agency who's been involved. Unfortunately, we don't have a great deal of CBG dollars. That would be a great opportunity, as far as that goes, but not being an entitlement community, we rely on competitive grants to the state, but just like in the situation where we need to have $1 million sewer, we went to ARC and CBG folks. So every project's a little different on it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sure, yeah, I'll just say a few things. Is this on? Can you? Okay, good. Didn't sound that loud up here, but so we use financing from traditional sources. So we work really with all banking partners in our market, PNC, Huntington, West Banco, Farmers, local banks. I mentioned when I was talking, looking in non-traditional places. So I was connected to the vice president of community health for Mercy Bon Secours corporate ride, and those conversations led me to determining they actually make loans for housing projects because I talked about housing being foundational. They have that view specific to the social determinants of health as well. The next place that I am beginning to explore and determining how to figure out is getting our foundations to invest in housing through program-related investments, putting together local housing funds where, again, we can bring down the cost of capital. Then we're using all of those varying gap sources that I mentioned. Won't go through them again, but I would say look anywhere and everywhere you can.
Would any of you like to share some lessons learned along the way, some things that worked and some things that didn't?
I think for us, communication with the public schools and talking to schools to try to be prepared, especially when you're talking about housing and being able to possibly add capacity at certain levels. So we were very cognizant of what the thresholds would be, single-family thresholds, the workforce housing thresholds, as well as some of the condos and patio home thresholds. So we work to get some data to provide the schools to have some entry-level conversations about 5 to 7 years out, whatever the build-out was of certain projects that we were working on. This is what to expect to potentially happen, and here's what we've seen as far as the trend of students that could come from certain housing developments. So that's one thing. Engage them on the front end. I think that they can be very helpful in certain areas, and as a local economic development person, I never wanted my first conversation with the superintendent or school board to be of me asking them to do something for our organization or for a business. So, those relationships are important on the industrial, commercial side, but also residential side.
I'll kind of chime in and echo that communication that the organizations that have been part of Project Co-Create have done, I think, a really good job of engaging the community in the projects, particularly around the Sunset Shelter project. But and I think that you can always do more. And so as Ian said, housing is foundational, and I think everyone has an opinion about housing and what kind of development they want in their communities. And so I think soliciting those opinions and building from common ground, which for us, it's we all care an awful lot about our community and the folks who live in our community, and recognizing that people might have differences in their ideal community and what housing looks like in their community, but if we can agree on some common ground and build from that, I think it's really important to do that as early as possible as you're working on a development project.
From our tax credit projects that we work with, if you're, a newbie or whatever trying to get into that as far as a nonprofit sponsor, I suggest you work very hard to get you a good development team that that you do some background check on, research, substantially or financially stable. This includes partners as far as who you're working with, as far as your equity partners, Ohio Capital Corporation, OCCH, or whatever. Your developer, typically when you get into it, you're going to need to have a good, solid developer there, and that's very difficult to get in Southern Ohio. We're probably more blessed because we're kind of a small urban area, but getting into rural, there's not a whole lot of interest of developers in those areas. Your finance folks, and then the other thing too is be thinking about who's going to be operating and managing these units and things once they are constructed and occupied, and make sure you have a good operation manager that you feel comfortable with if you don't have the capacity to manage them yourself.
Ian?
Sure, yeah, I'll add on briefly, nothing new per se, but partnerships are important to figuring out the tools that you already have in your community. I think often we don't necessarily realize what we have. The other thing I would say is you don't need to reinvent the wheel. I started YNDC really 15 years ago in my early to mid-20s. I never developed a house. I never built anything. I had a master's degree in city planning. They don't teach you how to build a house there. So what did I do? I gravitated towards the people that had done it and sought knowledge, sought mentorship from them, still do. I'm also looking, particularly in the field of community development to urban development, who are the people that are on the cutting edge? Who are the people that are doing it better than I am? And then even if that means cold calling them, often people will be willing to share with you. I mean, I field calls and host groups from all over the place. So not reinventing the wheel, learning from others that are doing it well, and then again, trying to figure out how to build the capacity to compete for the resources that are already out there before you even kind of get into this realm of thinking of new or creative models. So those are definitely lessons I would share.
Okay, well, I know it's 10:20. Do we have one more question? Since I got the toy to work, here we go. We have a question from Alan, and he says, Ohio's population is projected to decline by 2050. The Appalachian Ohio is already leading in those declines. What is the likelihood of overbuilding, or is more enough to reverse that trend? Any of you?
I'll take it on. Lawrence County has the largest of any decline in the state, including Appalachia. And our problem that I think that we're facing is the lack of housing. It's not just affordable housing, it's workforce housing, it's corporate housing, and so on. We've just gone through some studies over the past I believe 5 years, or since 2020, we lost probably about 1,000 or whatever in population. But when you take and compare it to the metro area that we have, the population has remained stable. So that means that 1,000 households from Lawrence County has probably moved to some other portions of the metro area. Thank goodness we can do that, and they still remain within our workforce there. But on the same time, during that same period of time, our employment for the metro area remained stable, but 1,000 new jobs were created in Lawrence County. So our challenge is how do you provide the housing and things that's needed for that workforce to stay in Lawrence County and things.
Thank you, Ralph. Did anyone else want to take that?
Sure, yeah, I'll take a quick stab at that. But similar to what was just said here, so we've had a long-term population decline in Youngstown, the Mahoney Valley region. It's begun to slow. You know, our chamber says actually, I think the last year or so, we've had a very small increase in population. Similar facts related to employment. We say there's 3,000 or 4,000 jobs that can't be filled. Just in the last couple weeks, there was an announcement of 500 or 600 new jobs at a plant that are going to pay $80,000 a year. So we don't really know what the future holds. What I will say also related to that, this isn't just about thinking of developing new housing. It's also about replacing some of our housing stock. I mean, we have thousands of people living in what I characterize as slum quality housing. Some of that will never be fixed and will ultimately be taken offline. So we also know housing, like I said, it's not meant to last 500 years the way that we build it now. So a lot of it's also about replacement. But that for us is also why we take that fix it first mentality too, so we can mitigate some of that. But I think the rate that we're building in all of our communities, and I don't know the numbers for every county in Appalachian Ohio, we're going to have to build a lot more housing than we are to outbuild ourselves.
Okay, well, thank you, and out of respect for the conference, I think we'll close it here, but I know this is such a vital topic. I'd like to thank our panelists. Please give them a round of applause. I think they did a great job.
Thank you all so much. That was a great conversation, and Ian had mentioned something. I haven't met him yet, but I certainly want to do that. Ian had mentioned building net zero housing projects, and that led me to realize that I did not recognize the Sustainable Ohio Public Energy Council for their sponsorship. So Aaron and team, would you please rise and let me thank you for that. Aaron and I talked about this morning. Thank you. So with that, we're going to release you all for about a 16-minute break. So we're going to start back here promptly at 10:40. So get some coffee, have a little bit of a chat, not too long, and we'll see you back here in 16 minutes. Thank you. I'm coming up to call the 2-minute warning, so everybody grab something warm to drink. We should have had hot cocoa today, I think. And find your seat, and we'll start again here shortly. Thank you. Here comes Stephanie. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. If you see your friends in the hallway, drag them in here. I want to welcome back everyone, and then welcome to the stage our next session. It's OVRDC's Executive Director, Stephanie Gilbert, and her panelists are Audrey Martin from the Hocking Hills Tourism, Jan Raymer from the Columbus Zoo and the Wilds, Megan Reed from the Trumbull County Historical Society, and Melody Young from the Ross Chillicothe Convention and Visitors Bureau. They're going to talk about local efforts to expand tourism and the impacts of tourism on those communities. So with that, please join me in welcoming Stephanie and her panelists. Thank you.
Good morning again. So when I think of tourism, I think of attractions, visiting new places, hotels. Tourism is all of that and so much more. Tourism is a significant driver of economic development, impacting economies through job creation, revenue generation, and infrastructure development. So today we have 4 awesome ladies here with us to talk about what they're doing in the tourism realm. So we're going to take just a minute and let each one of them introduce themselves and tell a little bit about what they do, and then we'll get a little bit deeper.
Sure. Hi. I'm Jan Raymer, and I am the Senior Vice President of Animal Care and Conservation for the Columbus Zoo in the Wilds. I am not a daughter of Appalachia. I am a Midwesterner, though. I grew up in Indiana and in Wisconsin, and so in 2015, when I moved to southeastern Ohio, it felt like home to me. And I moved here to become the veterinarian at the Wilds, and I have been serving the Wilds for the last 10 years. First as the veterinarian, and then as the vice president, and then in 2021, I moved to the current position of senior vice president for the Columbus Zoo in the Wilds. But I have a really special place in my heart for the Wilds. It is an amazing place. You know that it was, many of you probably know that it was a surface mine, so almost 10,000 acres of surface mine, AKA the Big Muskie, has been transformed into a conservation organization. And we're really proud of the work we do. Our mission is empowering people, saving wildlife. And at the Wilds, we do that through some really impactful global conservation efforts, but we also have some very, very impactful local conservation efforts right here in the state of Ohio, and we're proud of that work. We're also teaching the next generation of conservationists through our apprenticeship program, and that program is for college-age students. They can come for 3 to 6 months. We even have some recent college graduates that come for 3 to 6 months and work right alongside our animal care or our conservation science programs. And many of those kids, call them kids, they're young adults, go on to secure very good jobs in other conservation organizations throughout the country. And so we're really proud of that work too. We also teach through our summer camp program. So we've got from 8 to 18-year-olds come and stay at a resident camp, and those kids just have a blast, but they also still learn about the conservation work we do. So we also have fun. There are lots of fun things to do at the Wilds. If you come to the Wilds, you can be on one of our buses or our trucks and take a tour of the pastures. And in those tours, you are guaranteed to see the largest and most successful southern white rhino herd outside of Africa, right here in southeastern Ohio. Pretty amazing. You're also going to see the iconic species like giraffe, zebra, Przewalski's horse, many deer. You can see African wild dogs, cheetahs, all those things. And while you're on the tour, you may or may not also receive a subliminal or not so subliminal message about the conservation status and natural history of those animals. So we're also teaching you while you're there having fun. Other fun activities include ziplining, horseback riding, we have fishing, we have hiking, you can even do bird watching tours. And if you want to spend the night, we've got you covered there. We were honored to get top honors for glamping for our Nomad Ridge yurts. And I think Evan's in the audience here. That was his idea. That's a lot of fun. You get to have breakfast and dinner and stay in our yurt and have a tour. We also have the Wilds cabins at Straker Lake. We have a lodge, and we are really wildly excited that in 2 weeks is the grand opening of our Hellbender RV camping park. And this is going to be 50 full service hookups and then 25 primitive camping spots. And we worked really, really hard with a lot of partners to get this. And I'm going to actually look at my notes to make sure that I don't forget anybody. Because we were, the property that we built on as part of the 1977 Reclamation Act, we qualified for AMLR funds. And through ODNR, we were able to get $1.5 million of AMLR funds to do all the original earth moving. Omega, thank you so much for all your help with the work that we did to secure an EDA grant of $2.1 million. State Capitol, $1.4 million. Muskingum County, thank you very much for the waterworks that's happening. And then the Wilds, we contributed our own a little over $1 million through some very generous grants. So really, really excited. The thing is, the campsites are selling out really quickly, so if you want to do some camping there, I urge you to get online and get your registration done. I've got a little bit of a sneak preview for next year, 2026. We've just broken ground for our new giraffe barn, and that might not sound like something for tourism, but it's something that we need because we have a really great breeding herd of Maasai giraffe. But in that giraffe barn is going to be a 2-bedroom suite for guests to stay. And so you can stay, it's separate HVAC, so it's not going to smell like the giraffes. But you can look into the giraffe barn and you can look out into the pasture, and we're really, really excited about that. So stay tuned, that's coming up. But I also want to thank the Voinovich School. We have worked we've done two economic impact studies with the Voinovich School. And the most recent one was done with with data from the 2024 season. And we have a $19.8 million impact on this region, the Wilds does. We bring almost 100,000 people to the region every year, and we think with the campground we'll bring even more people to the region with longer stay times. We also are really proud of the fact that, I gotta get this right, we see about 27% of the people that come to the Wilds are from out of state. So we're really, really happy that we can contribute to the region. We try to use local vendors as much as we can to give back to the region, and we're really pleased to be here.
Thank you. Millie?
Thank you. My name is Melody Young. I am the Executive Director of the Ross Chillicothe Visitors Bureau. I have been in this role for about 13 years. Previously, I worked for Hilton Corporate for a little over 25 years. So I can tell you, I grew up in Chillicothe, Ohio, and like most of us, we all think we have to leave the region, like we have to get out and experience something beyond Ohio. I did attend the Ohio State University, and I lived in several states. But the minute I had the opportunity to come back to the Appalachian region and to Ross County specifically, I ran. And I am seeing that more and more. My son, who is 34, has been throughout the world, and guess what? He just landed back in our region and is looking to make a lifelong investment in Ohio. And that's what I love about promoting Ross County. We have the greatest hospitality in this region of any place in the world. And so I am thrilled every day to get to promote what we do to the world and encourage people to come here and visit. And a lot of times they want to stay, they want to find a job, they want to find a house, and they want to live here. And that is a true 100 degree of what we do every day. So it's not just to visit, it's a place to play, to have a sense of belonging, and hopefully you fall in love with Ohio just like I have.
I'm Audrey Martin, and I'm with Hocking Hills Tourism. And I joined the tourism industry about 22 years ago. I had a cabin and retail store. My husband and I built it, ran it, did everything. About 13 years ago, I joined Hocking Hills Tourism to see the other side and to do something more than just myself. So I have been so honored to promote the area. We do Hocking County and the 6 counties that surround us. We promote everything from, lodging, attractions. My most enjoyable, I would say 2 years, we redid our pencil sharpener museum. Not everybody knows that we have such a quirky little museum, but it's a lot of fun. We have 2 different collections that we host, I guess. We're not the owners, we are the caretakers of them. But I've enjoyed my 13 years with Hocking Hills and just love promoting the area.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me today. My name is Megan Reed. I am the Executive Director of the Trumbull County Historical Society in Warren, Ohio. I'm originally from Pittsburgh, and I came to Warren for my job, and frankly, when I first took the position, I expected very much that it would be inventorying collections and, sitting in a room doing mostly archival work. And very quickly came to realize that our region, our city, needed more than that from us. And very quickly pivoted to the world of tourism, kind of frankly out of necessity in a way, knowing that our community, that the Mahoning Valley deserved for our tourism assets, for our cultural heritage assets, to be valued and to be uplifted more. That was a very strong passion of mine. So I went into this job trying to sort of corral the different museums and historical societies in Trumbull County and in the city of Warren to work together, to collaborate, and to make sure that our work wasn't duplicated, but was promoting and strengthening each other. There are 32 museums and historic sites just within Trumbull County alone. It's quite a feat working with so many groups and trying to pull everybody together on the same page. But over the past, I would say about 5 or 7 years now, we have created a much stronger environment in the city where there's much more collaboration, much more communication. And of course, that work is continually ongoing. But we have, as an organization, grown from just owning one building in our city, the 1807 John Stark Edwards House, to purchasing the Morgan History Center on Warren's Millionaires Row, renovating it, opening it to the public. A huge thanks to Kathy Zook and her team at Eastgate for her support with grant funding for that project. And then from there, working on an expansion to the Morgan History Center to promote a welcome center for our nationally registered historic district. So when it comes to our local history work, we're located right directly across from the Tourism Bureau in Trumbull County. We work very closely with them, and we think of ourselves, we hope that we are, a central hub for cultural heritage tourism in our city. On the other hand, I would say one of the biggest ways that we are currently involved with tourism is a project that just kind of fell into our lap about 2 years ago. There was a local gentleman who graduated from our local high school. His name was John Zabrucki. He went out to California and started one of the most successful prop companies in Hollywood, creating high-tech, futuristic gadgets for everything from Star Trek to Blade Runner to Ghostbusters and Men in Black, over 200 movies and TV shows. He recently retired and decided to donate 500 props back to us. And when we first decided to accept this collection, we thought we would put it in one of the buildings that we currently own. It would be a great display for our community. And then the more that we researched the collection, the more that we understood the landscape of public history in sci-fi and fantasy in the country, we realized that there is not currently a sci-fi or fantasy museum specifically to those genres in the United States. So we're going to start one. So this past year, we purchased a 4-story brick building in downtown Warren to host the museum, went through the competitive process of selecting an architect and an exhibit design firm. And very exciting, just this past week, those 2 firms were in Warren for the first series of conversations to get the creative process started and to hold local visioning sessions with our residents. And we're extremely excited for the tourism potential that that building has in our Northeast Ohio region. We did create we paid for. We commissioned a business plan and feasibility study for the project that's telling us that we can hope for about 50,000 residents coming into the city every year, generating about $8.1 million in tourism dollars leveraged through local businesses. So both local history work from my end, but then also the process of developing a new tourism entity in our community.
Thank you, ladies. So I think for me, the biggest problem when I do this panel is I want to go to all these places, and there's just not enough hours in the day. Audrey, if you would, tell us a little bit about how the tourism industry, what it does for local residents.
So we are fortunate enough to have created a destination investment fund where our nonprofit organizations can apply for grant money to fund different projects that they're working on. We we're fortunate enough that we've been able to support our Logan Theater, our history, and, sorry. I need to look here. We have so many people that we are assisting with, and unfortunately, my mind just went blank. So we have Arc of Appalachia, which is some trails that are being put in, our Historical Society with their canal boat museum and trail. So we are just very fortunate to be able to do that. One of the other things that we've been working on is our stewardship plan. We have a great deal of visitors coming in, which has great positive with growing your businesses, different businesses. But with that comes a little bit of a negative. So we have a need for to be able to help with our different services, our emergency services, our road services, and different infrastructures like that. So that is one of the things that our stewardship plan is trying to figure out how to help tourism be managed as well as embrace those visitors coming in. So it's a balancing thing, and we're just starting it. So hopefully we'll figure it out with all the different help that we have for other organizations within our community and our community.
Are you seeing any change in residents' perspective on tourism through your stewardship program yet?
We do, which is one of the reasons that we have reached out to our community to get their help in being able to figure out what is, in their mind, the best way to correct some of our numbers. You know, we can't just not do marketing, but we can market differently. We market to areas that would be 3 to 7 hours away, which would make them stay longer, spend more for our different businesses, versus having just day trippers who come in. They typically bring their meals with them. They don't necessarily go to all the different attractions that you would if you were here for 3 days or 4 days. So we're trying different things to help manage our tourism.
Melody, can you tell us a little bit about the World Heritage designation?
I can. So we can never talk about Chillicothe and Ross County without talking about World Heritage. So September 19th of 2023 at 5:30 a.m., it changed Ross County and Ohio for the better. You know, it is affecting our region from 2021 through March of this year. We have seen every state in Chillicothe and directly in my office. That doesn't count all of the international visitors we see. It is an impact. People came prior to the designation because they wanted to beat the crowd. We have also seen since September 19th of 23, the park itself has seen a 46% increase in visitors. There is children that now are experiencing these World Heritage sites that me growing up in Chillicothe, we obviously went to Mountain City on our 4th grade trip or our 6th grade trip. But we are seeing schools from surrounding states also coming to learn about the indigenous culture that was here and still exists here today. The greatest stories is I really didn't know what to expect. And the sacred grounds and the stories of people that were here 2,000 years ago truly shapes where we are today. People do not transplant in from getting off in Columbus, Ohio, and ending up just in Ross County. They are renting cars. They are spending 7 to 11 days in Ohio. not just spending them in the 3 counties that have World Heritage, but I've heard a lot. They go to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in Cleveland. They definitely go to Serpent Mound in Adams County. That's a big thing. So it is a win for all of us. Part of getting the World Heritage inscription, I think, really helped us get the Appalachian grant funding for Ross County and our surrounding areas. We were fortunate enough to get $45 million in Ross County to enhance the sites of the World Heritage 5 sites in Ross County. But it also is going to allow us to have a World Heritage Visitor Center in our downtown, in our park, which will sort of bridge the gap of our sites that's outside the city, but get them to really start and spend money at our local shops, local restaurants before experiencing the sites. We also were fortunate enough to receive a $5 million capital bill grant that will actually build us a regional welcome center in Chillicothe, Ohio. That's where my office will be housed. But I get the advantage of talking about the whole region. I want people to go to Scioto County and Pike County and Hocking County. I mean, visitors do not care about county lines, and neither do visitors bureaus. We are all wanting all of us to rise together.
So Jan, I have to say I did get on the website and look at the camping spots, and they are getting very limited. So if you would like to camp at the Wilds this summer, you want to get that booked soon. It looks like it's going to be a really amazing place. So can you talk a little bit more about the economic impact of the Wilds on the region?
Sure. As I was talking earlier, we hire probably 250 people every season, and many of those people are from the region, and so through jobs, we have an economic impact. What we're really hoping is, like you've mentioned, we want to increase the stay time. So we think with the campground, we'll increase stay time, and we'll be doing some cross-marketing with some of the other activities in the region. Jesse Owens is right next door. We've got John Glenn up in New Concord. There's a number of things that we have that we can cross-market and get people who are staying to visit some other areas. We also, in addition to hiring people, like I said earlier, we really, really try to use local vendors. So local contractors, other local vendors, so that we are giving that money back to the region as well. The other thing that we do that probably isn't such an economic impact, but also serves the community, is through some of our partners, and for this particular project, the Straker Foundation, we give every 4th grader in Muskingum County a trip to the Wilds. And so those kids get that trip to the Wilds, whether it's a private school or a public school, and that is something that we really feel is important for them to experience that.
That's really awesome. Megan, so on the funding for the new Sci-Fi Museum, what challenges are you seeing?
That's a good question. Is this on? Okay, there we go. Sorry. Gosh, well, I don't know that it's worth the rabbit hole of talking about federal funding, but museum grants have been extremely dried up over the last few months. I'll say just from our local history work, we've had about $150,000 cut in just like the programming that we generally get funded. So certainly we're concerned from that angle in terms of what funding could be available for us down the line. It does mean that we need to get a little bit more creative in terms of local and national support. Our goal, our hope, is that the funding for the museum will be roughly about 50% local and then 50% come from statewide and national sci-fi and fantasy audiences, whether those are like larger naming rights gifts or whether that's really a grassroots campaign, $25 here or there at a Comic-Con. In addition to that, we're looking at some things like new market tax credits and PACE financing, some things that are a little bit more creative that way. But yeah, we're in the very beginning stages of fundraising development, the silent phase, if you will, of getting the campaign up and running. And, we're I think, as excited and nervous as the community is to see how that process goes.
All right. Melody has a really interesting ambassador program. So will you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So as World Heritage was close to the end, which was actually the beginning, so we had worked on it for 23 years, so people in our community was aware, but they didn't know all the ins and outs. And what we didn't want as the Visitors Bureau and Ohio Travel Associations, like what can we do to really help educate locals about World Heritage? So the three visitors bureaus, which was Warren, Licking, and Ross County, and Melinda Huntley with the Ohio Travel Association, created an ambassador program. So this started out to be, we really wanted anyone on the front line that was going to come in contact with visitors to have an awareness of World Heritage and what that impact could really mean. So I can tell you, as of just a few weeks ago, there was 832 people in Ross County who was taking this ambassador training. So we really pitched it out. We knew we couldn't run the program, but we pitched it to all of our local restaurants, all of our hoteliers, all of our attractions. A lot of our local officials has taken it, and it has really kicked off. And it's not even just in Ross County. So Licking County has a different number, Warren County, but I have partners in Pike County and Scioto County and Trumbull County that is also taking this because they are seeing World Heritage visitors as well. At least there is an awareness. Anyone can take it. It lives on our website at visitchillicatheohio.com. Sorry, cheap plug. But if you want to learn more, you know, we encourage everyone to at least have an awareness of what this can do for the state of Ohio.
Thank you. So let's just go down the line. What challenges are you facing most in regards to tourism?
So for the wilds, I think one of our challenges is how remote we are. And so even just getting to the wilds can be difficult for folks. People often say, isn't there a more direct route? And we're like, no, not really. You have to. So with our RVs, we are probably going to bring people down 83 because it's not so curvy and we don't want people to have to go through all the curves, but we haven't figured all of that out yet. So location is something that we can have a challenge with. And I think one of the other challenges, I think, is just having people understand what the wilds is. We call it a hidden gem, and we don't want the wilds to be hidden, so we're doing everything we can now through our marketing and letting people sort of trying to reach communities even outside of Ohio. So most of our tourists, as we look at it, and this is also through the Voinovich School study, are from Central Ohio. But we can reach markets in Cincinnati, in Cleveland, in Pittsburgh, in West Virginia, and bring people into the state. So we're trying to do that kind of marketing as well so that we can reach more people and bring more people into the state. And then the other challenge that we have is just our capacity. So with the campground, we're increasing our capacity. We are thinking about how we can do our tours a little bit differently. We had one year where we had 120,000 people here, and that was a very, very busy year. So we're trying to figure out if we can do tours just a little bit differently so that we can bring even more people and have them be comfortable. A visitor center would be nice, but that costs money, so we're thinking about that in the future as well. So those are some of the challenges, but none of them are we can overcome all of those.
I think as Appalachians, we have all been asked, is there a more direct route to get there? I think we're all familiar with that question. Go ahead, Melody.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a challenge, but the connectivity we have to the sites, so we have 8 sites in Ohio. They're in 3 different counties. We have 5 sites in Ross County, and none of them's just off an easy path. So you guys, most of you know this. So Mound City, which is where the visitor center is located now, sits right next to 2 prisons. So when we explain to people how to get there, we say, if you go past our gated community, you're going to see the national park. I can tell you, leading up to World Heritage, I was very hesitant, like, how is this going to look? But I've been to other World Heritage sites in Illinois and in San Antonio, and it's not the Golden Gate experience you expect. I mean, you do go through an area, I would say actually the gated community in Ross County probably feels a little more safer than others. So we're working through that. Connectivity is an issue. So, we have an app, but you have to be on a certain road or a certain area to have the connectivity for people to follow the map. Again, these are all good problems to have, and it's something that we're learning together. The designation of World Heritage is not just a title. It's a tool that we are using for sustainable development. But it's up to us. It's up to the leaders in our community. It's up to the leaders in our region and to the state, to our business owners, to our investors, to leverage this moment in our history. And it is an exciting time to be in Southern Ohio.
Marketing is all about creativity. I like that gated community. I'll have to tell my dad he retired from a gated community instead of the prison. Go ahead, Audrey.
So some of the challenges that we're faced with, of course, are the numbers that come into Hocking County. We have a program called Love Hocking Hills, Visit Responsibly. So we are educating our visitors how to help us keep our parks sustainable. But it is a challenge to get the message out. People believe that our parks the parks belong to them. So they don't necessarily look at it as visiting, it's their property because they are state nature areas. So trying to let them know that they, or trying to educate them to be respectful for the area for their children and their children, it is a challenge with so many people coming in. We have erosion on our trails, at our different parks. We're trying to entice people to go to other areas that are less visited to enjoy the outdoors. We have nature preserves that we refer them to, as well as any of the attractions. Our lodging piece allows for folks to come and enjoy their families without actually having to be part of a larger group, if you want to say. So our makeup is really very well established for families being able to come in and enjoy that special time together. So just everything about the tourism, as the numbers rise, can be a challenge. So, yeah.
I think now more than ever, people are definitely looking to unplug and get away from the modern conveniences. So coming to Hocking Hills is definitely a way for them to do that. Megan?
Local advocacy, I think, is so important. I can't tell you how many times I've heard in our own local community somebody say, oh, that area isn't safe downtown. Oh, I won't go there. Oh, this is just a small project. Just the language of people in our own communities to advocate for the things that are right down the street from them is just so incredibly important. And what I love about the ambassador program is that really gives people this sense of pride and buy-in to the work that you're doing. And when we look at tourism, we generally think about people coming from an outside area into our regions for any kind of attraction, whatever that may be. But I don't think we talk often enough about tourism as what I'll call the diaspora, right? People that maybe once lived, especially in our area, coming back. The city of Warren alone lost more than half of its population since the 1970s. There's a ton of people throughout the country who don't live there anymore, but we anticipate a huge crowd of people that come back in and engage with our work, being those people that are coming there to either visit, relatives or family, whatever that would look like, or just exploring their hometown. And having that set of built-in people that are familiar with your region and give them the tools and the language to be able to advocate well for what you're doing, I think is just so important. And I would say for our area, something that we are always striving to do better.
Audrey talked about it a little bit, but are any of the rest of you seeing any negative impacts, like residents who are, not happy with tourism growing in your area?
I would say for us, what I hear more than anything is they had to wait a little longer to get into a restaurant, or a shop maybe is carrying higher end merchandise. Again, to me, these are all great problems to have, but the resident sometimes doesn't see it like that. They're like, well, if you didn't have 50,000 people coming to Tecumseh every year, maybe we could have gotten in an hour earlier to eat. So it's just, again, visitors and residents are our customers, right? Like, we try to market to all of them. And the same reason visitors comes is the same reason they live here. It's a beautiful area. We have lots to do. And if we didn't have tourism, you living here aren't going to have all the luxuries you have. And I think sometimes it's just hard to explain that.
I think it's also hard when you have so many partners, just like an issue of logistics and communication, right? Like, how do you make sure that everybody is on the same page? That can be really challenging. And just, I will say from our chair, really starting this process early, building in community engagement and visioning sessions with local residents and with local businesses, and making sure that everybody has at least the opportunity, the space to have a spot at the table and have a voice in that discussion, right? And I think just open communication, as much as you have the resources to do, is just so important there.
I think for the wilds, well, early on, and this was before my time, I think some people were worried that wild animals would get out and show up in their farm lots. It only happened once that I'm aware of, and that was also before my time, and that was a giant goat called a takin that crawled through a culvert, and the farmer called us and said, "There's something in my yard, and it's not my cow." That it hasn't happened since then, to my knowledge. But the other thing, two other things. I think there were, before the wilds was there, the local community used that land for fishing and hunting. And so once the wilds got there, it couldn't be used for fishing and hunting for the local folks anymore. But there's lots of AEP land, which is now ODNR land, where they can still do that. And I haven't heard that so much recently. The other thing that we've heard is that it costs too much for local people. And so what we've done is we created a library pass. And so any of the Muskingum County libraries, people can go and take out a pass if you're a library member and go to the wilds with that library pass. And then, as I mentioned, the fourth grade program. And we're trying to do, we're thinking about other community efforts that we have. We're in the schools in the community, but we really want, as you said, our guests and the community are our customers. And so we want to do as much as we can for the community as well. And we're trying to think about creative ways. Any ideas are welcome.
All right, we will take some questions now from the audience. First one here, they want to know, can the panel share an example of how they have aligned workforce programming or partnerships with the development or support of the tourism plans and activities?
I'll start. So we're currently developing a project with our local theater groups and prop makers to make sure that when the museum is built, that we have workforce training for makers who would have the equipment that they would need in order to meet their needs. So in the process of doing, again, like listening, visioning sessions with theater groups, prop makers, Youngstown Prop Shop, to understand their needs so that we can build a space that would work for them. But being a space where we really have hands-on training is important to us as we go through the process.
I would say one thing that we do, we work with our local realtors, we work with economic development, we work with our local port authority. I serve on several of those commissions and boards, but I want people to, realtors obviously, they're trying to sell a house here because someone got a job or they're looking to move here. Well, again, why people visit here is the same reason people want to live here. So we are very upfront helping them find apartments, housing, jobs, connecting people with the right resources. I mean, because that's a win for all of us. So I would say we're just very engaged upfront.
We're in the process of working with Muskingum University on some tourism courses where those students can come to the wilds and learn about tourism at the wilds, and I think that will really enhance those students' ability to get jobs in tourism and hopefully stay in Ohio.
Audrey, did you have anything to add to that?
I think with our stewardship collaboration, we have given our residents a voice, or place to voice, so that they don't just get angry at tourism, but it's a way for them to be able to share their concerns. So, yeah.
All right, do any of your organizations work with public transportation providers in your area to help people access your park or amenities?
We do. We actually received a trolley 2 years ago through a grant program, and we work with them on routes to get them out to the parks and get them out to Tecumseh, because there's nothing worse going to Tecumseh at 8 o'clock at night and you really don't know where you're going and it's out in the middle of nowhere. So the city has been very, very good at working with us of moving people around.
So for us, we have partnered with one of our local transit companies, and during May, or the end of May through the end of October, we take them around to the different parks so they can park one place, jump and ride as they, choose. They also can stay in Logan, park in Logan, and then take one of the transit buses out to the parks. So one, it keeps some of the traffic down, but it gets them around to all the different parks that they want to go to, and then back into Logan. So that was very successful last year. We had about 2,000 people that participated in the trolley system or transit system, and we're doing it again this year, and hopefully the numbers will grow as people get used to it.
Either of you, either? No?
I would love it if there was public transportation to the wilds.
Yeah, I'll say there's been a kind of a big movement in downtown Warren lately, and I know this is something a lot of communities do, about like decorating bus shelters and doing more beautification of those public spaces. And we've been working with Trumbull Neighborhood Partnership, which is, you heard Ian Beniston on our last panel from YNDC. TMP is our equivalent of that, to do some of those sort of public art projects around our property. But I think that would be my response there.
So tying the last panel back to this one, do you see increased tourism putting a strain on the housing stock, given so many rental cabins?
Absolutely, for our area, especially with Airbnb and VRBO making it so easy to take a home into the short-term rental. We are losing our housing for our residents, to be absolutely honest.
And we are actually seeing the exact same thing, not to the degree that you're seeing it. But affordable housing is being hurt by the Airbnb short-term rental. You're right, it's almost too easy to just turn it over, and they're making more money than if they would rent monthly, and what I'm hearing is if you have a long-term rental and someone's rented that apartment or whatever for 3 years and they leave, then they have to do, $50,000 worth of investment to that property to get it back to where it was. And so they're seeing these short-term rentals, you're not having that issue, you're getting almost triple what you'd be getting monthly, but it is hurting. I have hospitality workers right now that are carpooling in from another county because they can't afford houses in Ross County.
And we have the same issue with our seasonal workers. We have a hard time attracting people because we don't offer housing on grounds. And it's very, very difficult for them to find housing in the region. So we are actually looking at, one of our next projects might be to build staff housing on grounds so that we have some place for our seasonal staff to stay.
Megan, you seen anything?
Not so much in Trumbull County. I can anticipate that continuing to be an issue. I would hope from tourism eventually. I think a lot of that we're seeing now is from larger companies relocating with workers that need housing. And I know that there's conversation and plans to address some of that, but I don't think for our region it's quite at the point as it is in some of the areas where they get, thousands upon thousands of tourists to those sites each year.
Given that we're in a room with economic developers and people who kind of shape funding programs, what is one thing that you see needing to improve your tourism site in the next 5 years?
Definitely housing for workers. I mean, if you, a lot of our, or no, I shouldn't say a lot, it seems like the trend is for corporations to purchase housing for short-term rentals. So they are not our local residents with a business. They are outside of the area. So they don't necessarily look at the area the same as if you lived and had your business in Hocking or the surrounding areas. So here you have someone who is disengaged, but they're purchasing property to make money. There isn't enough housing for people to be here that work those jobs that are needed in hospitality. It's kind of a vicious cycle, and I'm not really sure how we stop it from, just, I don't know. How do we stop it? Yeah. How do we manage it?
Maybe when we talked before, you had talked about requiring Airbnbs to register as a business. Did we talk about that?
We did not.
Okay, maybe I heard that somewhere else then, to try to combat, the property values, so that when realtors are, looking at property values, it doesn't show up as a comparison because it's listed as a business. So I've heard that somewhere.
Right. And that, yes, thank you for the reminder. We are working on trying to take the resident and the business and not compare them together when they're doing their assessment for taxes. So that would help, so that our residents can, they can afford to stay in their homes that they are currently in.
Okay.
I think for the wilds, it's relatively easy in the big scheme of things to raise funds for pizzazzy things like giraffe. But what is not easy to raise funds for is infrastructure. And so I think we have 30 miles of interior road, which is more than some towns in the region. And nobody wants to pay for infrastructure. We have dams that we need to bring up to snuff. We just got broadband this year, and we're really pleased with that, but we don't even have municipal water past the campground. So infrastructure is something that is very difficult to raise funds for, and that would be immensely helpful to us.
I would say for us, it's a positive and a negative. We have so many archaeological sites around Ross County, not just the parks. But when economic development looks at it, they're like, oh, well, we have to do all these studies and we have to make sure in every place we look at, there's, something from 2,000 years ago. So it's almost like a negative. So we need to be able to change that this is a positive thing for our community. Let's just be respectful.
Funding is certainly an aspect of it. I would say another is the changing trends of what people want when they go to a tourist attraction, right? The idea that you go to a house museum, for instance, and you're on a guided tour for an hour, those days are dwindling, right? Like people want more experiential based experiences when they go to attractions, and how do we, especially with the current generations coming up through COVID, how do we create experiences that will be long-lasting and relevant to them, to make sure that 5 years from now we have to change everything over again. And I think we don't necessarily have all of the answers to that yet, right? Like, that's continually changing as time moves on. But I do think one of the things that we've been trying to keep an eye out for is that sense of what people want to see when they go to tourist attractions. What kinds of things do they take with them? People are pulled in a bajillion different directions with how they spend their money, right? And where does that land? And again, I don't know that we necessarily have the answers to all of that now, but it's certainly something we're keeping an eye out for, just to see how that trend changes over the next 5 to 10 years.
What are some of the more creative ways we might attract tourists to our areas?
I think for us is knowing it's not just Ross County is why they're coming, that we all have to partner together. They are here to experience the region and all different things of the region. So maybe you come to Chillicothe from the indigenous side of things, but they go to Hocking Hills for the nature. They go to the wilds. Like, we as communities have to stretch outside our limits and to be aware of other things that's around the state.
I don't think I could have said it better.
I love that. And I also think that there are package deals that we can do, and we've kind of talked about doing that with ODNR and some of the other attractions in Zanesville. But I agree with you 100%. We need to partner.
I completely agree. I love the line earlier that tourists don't know county lines, right? But all of our political entities are within county lines. So how do we work together within multi-counties and in regions of Ohio to make sure that everybody's pulling on the same boat? I think that's spot on.
I think you hit it on the head, Megan, with experiential. I think, especially this generation, they want to have an experience. And so we're trying to curate some different experiences at the Wilds as well, not just the more passive tour.
So back to affordable housing. Are there or could there be county level mechanisms to prevent the loss of affordable housing to short-term rentals?
I think the key is to keep it in the locals' hands. So, because what works for us might not work for you or you. Like, we need to keep it in the local hands. We need to make them get a vendor's license because they are running a business. They need to have some safety and security around these businesses. That's always my biggest fear. Again, coming from the hotel world, safety and security was a huge piece of our responsibility. And until the state can truly get their hands around these short-term rentals and be collecting sales tax and lodging tax, that's really where it's going to lie. We've just got to treat them like a business, like anything else.
Have to agree with you 100% on that one as well. Kind of have to get your hands around keeping Airbnb and Vrbo from allowing them to just make their rules. It doesn't matter what the city or what the county wants or restrictions that they put in. If the Airbnb get their way, they'll be able to just kind of bulldoze over and do whatever they want. And that's a real issue.
Do you have anything to add? So I think this is kind of more directed at you, Audrey, but we'll go through everyone. Encouraging and maintaining sustainability is so important to our region. Is there a plan to bring recycling to Hocking Hills?
I sure hope so. I know that Logan Hocking Recycling has had some challenges, and I know that they have reduced some of the areas that they used to recycle through. So I hope so. I don't have an answer for that one, though.
What about the rest of you? Do you guys have recycling?
I can say with having the National Park Service as our partner, recycling is very, very important to them. And I mean, they follow stringent guidelines. And our city has really stepped up on the recycling effort. I'm hoping the county will follow suit. Again, it comes to funding.
Yeah, the Wilds does recycling, but I think there's other ways to contribute to sustainability, and we're trying to do sustainable building when we start a building from the ground up, and we're trying to do that with the new giraffe barn. It's hard because some of those sustainability aspects get value engineered out because they're a little bit expensive on the front side, and the ROI maybe is a little bit longer than we like. But we do have some geothermal heating at the Wilds. We have one green roof at the Wilds, and we're really trying to think about sustainable building as we build new areas.
I completely agree with that. We've hired an environmental consultant to help us with building the museum to make sure that when we do it right? And I completely agree. I think value engineering does kind of pull a lot of that stuff out, but how do you make sure that it gets into the final product? And it's certainly something that we value.
So kind of wrapping things up, any final thoughts? This question says, can you talk about tourism as a whole? How does it help economic development? Why is it important to our region, counties, and state? So we've kind of talked about this, but any final thoughts on tourism as a whole?
Well, as we know, tourism in Ross County alone, a direct impact of $155 million. I mean, that's for one county. I mean, you see the dollars that it brings in. And we are not asking you as local taxpayers to fund what we do. I think sometimes we forget that we are funded 100% in Ross County from outside visitors that come in and stay all night in our community. And, you know, there's been a lot of conversation lately about property tax and income tax. That's not the realm of tourism. We literally are funded from outsiders who come into these communities. And I think it would be wrong for us not to be able to take those dollars and invest not just in marketing, but in our communities. So we are an economic driver for our county, for our region, and for our state.
Yeah, tourism, it's our number one economic development, if you can call it that. We wouldn't exist without our tourists.
I also think, the Wilds brings maybe 100,000 people into the region a year and almost a $20 million economic impact. But there's more that we can do, I think, to tell the story of the region. And I think that as we bring people in, we have that opportunity to tell the story. And Denison University, Doug Swift did a program that you can find online called 10,000 Acres, and it's all about the story of the land that the Wild is on from prehistory to today. And I think we can do that with many of our other areas to really build on just the attraction that they're coming to, but that they can learn about and appreciate the region a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think that tourism it gets its fair share, its due, so to speak, and when we talk about hard economic development quite enough in terms of just leverage dollars back to local businesses. And again, I go back to the point where it's not just people coming, 50 miles away or coming, overnight. It's those people that are coming for day trips or people that are visiting family. And those dollars, whether it's getting a cup of coffee down the street or visiting the local brewery or eating at a local restaurant or getting an ice cream cone, right? All of that benefits and impacts our region in like we just heard, in really hard numbers in very important ways. And I would hope that as we continue on, I suppose, that tourism would be considered, have a seat at that table, so to speak, that we really do provide really meaningful and important services to the community and as you said, at no expense to taxpayer dollars. So.
And the other thing that I've been hearing resoundingly is that tourism brings people to the area, but we have to be really, really sure that we're also giving back to the community, and that's just a huge piece.
Yeah, as a local development district, it's really hard for us to, in the past, promote tourism and things like that when we have residents that don't have running water in their houses. But I think people are starting to understand that tourism brings people in, brings dollars in, and then use those dollars to make those improvements. So we are definitely, in the work that we do, seeing more availability to push funds towards tourism. So any final thoughts, final plugs for your your projects or your, your agencies?
Get those reservations in for your camping.
Yes.
Thank you for allowing us to speak today. Again, sometimes we do feel like from the tourism standpoint that we get a little slighted. So just having the presence here and being able to talk to you, we really appreciate it. And if you want to learn more about World Heritage, visit ChillicatheOhio.com.
Thank you for having us. It's been a pleasure trying to speak of some of our challenges as well as some of our benefits. Greatly appreciate it.
I would also just say thank you again. And if you're a sci-fi or fantasy fan, please talk to me. We are in the process of creating a kind of ambassador program throughout the United States. I'm sending people brochures and business cards. So if they go to Comic-Cons, et cetera, reading groups, that they have all of our information and can talk about the work that we're doing. So if you're interested in that, please stop me after the program.
Well, thank you, ladies, very much. We really appreciate it. I think this has been a very enlightening panel, and look forward to getting out and visiting your sites. So let's give them a hand.
Great session, and thank you, Stephanie. Very, very good job. Audrey, Jan, Megan, and Melody for sharing what's going on in your spaces in the region. So we've got about 30 minutes to grab lunch. One of the things that they mentioned to me when they kept talking about partnerships, my Diet Coke can that I grabbed said partner on it. I don't know if that's a coincidence, but just anyway, so we've got about 30 minutes to grab lunch. First, I want to thank again the Appalachian Partnership, Inc., Glenda Baumgartner for their sponsorship of today's lunch. Let's give them a round of applause, please. So before we all rush the buffet lines, let's let our next set of panelists go. We've only got a short amount of time. So our child care session speakers, along with our technical staff in the back, if you could go ahead and begin the line, then we don't have to worry about who's going to start. I'm saying who's going to start. And please note, we have two-sided buffets, one on each side. Both are the same, except the lunch options for those with special dietary needs. Those are located at the buffet on my right, which is your left. There will be gluten-free and vegan meal options at the end of that buffet. So with that, enjoy your lunch. We're going to reconvene here about 12:15. I will try to call everyone back in at about 12:10. So thank you all. We cannot. Oh, let me address the temperature. Real quick, we cannot turn up the temperature. I apologize. I can only control so many things. Hello, everyone. This is your friendly reminder. We've got about 5 minutes, so finish up your lunch. You can continue to eat, but make sure you have a drink, and we'll get started shortly. Thanks. Hello, hello. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I want to encourage you to go back up for seconds or thirds. We've got a lot of wraps up there. Hello. I'm great. It's good to see you. So welcome back to our afternoon sessions, and thank you again to the Appalachian Partnership Incorporated for their lunch sponsorship. Our first session is focused on childcare. So please join me in welcoming to the stage George Donnelly from Omega, Don Hall from the Athens Meggs Educational Service Center, Jamie Nash from Buckeye Hills Career Center, and Jeffrey Van Dusen from the Ohio Department of Children and Youth, along with their rock star moderator, Dr. Vicki King Maple, the Executive Director of Omega. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I get to be a rock star today, huh?
Every day.
Oh, I love it. Oh, she knows me too well. Well, so first things first, everyone enjoying their lunch? Feel free to keep eating and everything while we're up here having some conversation. And we promise to bring a little extra energy. We've gotten very close here over the past couple of hours, almost snuggling with one another amidst the frigid temperatures. So we're going to keep the energy high up here to keep you all warm and engaged as well. But as we're preparing to, kick things off here, there are going to be some slides that are going to be coming up and that are going to be scrolling. And I did want to credit where those statistics, where those data come from. And it was through a study completed by the Ohio College Tech Prep Southeast Region and D. Byers Associates Consulting, who provided us with the data for this particular conversation. And we're just going to keep those kind of scrolling just to prompt some ideas and thoughts for you. And then next, if you don't have a fork in your hand, of course, by show of hands, how many of you does either childcare or transportation or housing come up on the daily, like in those daily conversations? Yeah, I think we're in pretty darn good company here as we think through and try to tackle all of those types of issues. And I feel like it seems as if that on one hand, of course, we recognize childcare as an industry and as one being marked by low wages and high labor turnover. Yet on the other hand, we know the criticality of childcare, in supporting our labor force across all industries. And wherever we land on those types of philosophies or ideas and ideas, I think we can all agree that childcare has really become a workforce challenge. It has become an economic challenge, and it's really become an all of us challenge. I don't think there's any one of us that aren't touched in some way by the challenges that childcare is creating. So today, I'm just especially pleased, though, to have a panel of experts that come at childcare each through a completely different lens. And I'd ask you to please check out their full bios online and learn a little bit more about the good work that they're doing, the noble work that they're doing. And then what we're going to do is ask them to kindly introduce themselves as we tee up their first questions. So we are going to begin with Jeff down here at my far right. And so first of all, go ahead and tell us about your role in childcare.
Great. First, thank you so much for allowing us to be here at the Department of Children and Youth. How many of you know about the Department of Children and Youth? I'm going to say we're still infants because we've been around almost 2 years. How many of you are aware that there's a new state agency? Raise your hand. Okay, well, that's good. We need to inform folks today that there is a new state agency. We're going to say we're new until we can't say that anymore. My name is Jeff Van Dusen. I am the Assistant Director of the Ohio Department of Children and Youth, and I have the great pleasure and opportunity to work closely with our Director Carey, to set the strategic vision and oversee all the daily operations of this new department. So this department was created about 2 years ago, signed into law, and it took child programs from 5 different state agencies, existing state agencies, and merged them into one state agency. So those programs that I have an opportunity to work with and oversee with the director is early intervention. We have early childhood mental health that moved in for the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. All of the maternal and infant vitality work we have an opportunity to work with, so that'd be home visiting, anything to do with infant mortality and so forth. Children's services, that's a huge area. So foster care, adoption, kinship, preschool, public preschool, and preschool special education came in from the Department of Education and Workforce. And finally, why we're here today is childcare. So all things childcare, whether that's publicly funded childcare, licensing, step up to quality, all is a part of this new department. So, but what I will say is since Governor DeWine signed this agency into law, it was his vision that we have an agency that woke up every day and just thought about kids. Not that those other state agencies didn't think about kids that had those programs, but we had a Department of Aging, so that's dedicated to the elderly population. We had a Department of Veterans dedicated to veterans. So we needed a department dedicated just to kiddos. So we immediately stood up a mantra that we say is do what's right for kids. So everything that we do at this new department, whether that's sitting at the table thinking about funding or trying to strategize how we're going to fund a program, the first thing is how much is it going to cost and how are we going to pay for it? Certainly that's important, but the first thing that we say to ourselves as an executive team, but also to our staff, is what's the best for kids? So we created this mantra of do what's right for kids. So again, I have this great privilege to be able to work at this department. I've had a long history in child welfare, in child care, social services, gosh, over 25 years now, but it's great to be with you today. Thanks.
Well, we appreciate you being here and certainly appreciate the good work that you and Director Wente are doing. And I love that mantra, do what's right for kids. I think we all need to adopt such a mantra. And I know through that you're also committed to ensuring all Ohio children have the opportunity to reach their full potential. So again, you were hitting up on some of those initiatives that are underway. Would you mind expounding upon, again, some of those initiatives that, through the state, through your department, you are offering to address the child care crisis?
Absolutely. So how many of you know that child care is complicated? Raise your hand. Okay, I heard the laughs. Child care is a complicated and multifaceted issue. Whether it's coming from the workforce standpoint, whether it's capacity, whether it's access. I'm a Southern Ohio boy. I live in the Columbus area now, but I was born and raised in Portsmouth, Ohio, and so this area, and got my master's at OU here, and it's complicated, and it is different. We were just talking before we came up here. There's different challenges for the Appalachian counties and communities, so it's definitely complicated, but we at the Department of Children and Youth, we have been dedicated to tackle all of those. But we can't do it ourselves. That's why we're here today, right? We can't, at the department and state government or federal government or local government, you can't do it. It can't be just us that's trying to solve or at least make this a little better. But we are dedicated to do our part and do what we can. So in Ohio, we have currently around 8,200 licensed child care providers. So that would be child care centers, that would be public preschools, so those that came in to the department from the Department of Education and Workforce. Then we have school-age child care, and then we have in-home family child care. So all of those together, there's about 8,200. So like I said, we have been dedicated to doing what we can and being creative and innovative to help address some of those issues. I want to talk just a few minutes here about some of the things that we've done in the provider community to help. One are access grants. We were able to dedicate around $85 million to help address some of the access issues around with child care providers. A lot of child care businesses closed, as you all know probably better than anyone, closed during the pandemic. This is something that happened nationwide. And we knew that we had some access to some federal dollars through the preschool development grant, and we said, we've got to really tackle this access and start to build this back up again. So $85 million through those access grants, we created or stood up 100 additional family child care providers. So that was great to address. And then 5,000 new child care slots. But out of that 85 million, 30 million we dedicated just to infant toddler slots that we were able to increase some of that capacity. We know that infant toddler care is tough, it's expensive, and we wanted to be able to provide some of that funding for those initiatives to increase that infant toddler space. The other thing that we did was around our Step Up to Quality program. Step Up to Quality is our quality rating system in Ohio. It's been around for many years, but we needed to really take a look at that program, which goes, it's requirements or standards that go over and above licensing standards, but we needed to take a look at it and streamline it. So we've spent a lot of time streamlining and reducing some of the administrative burden on our child care providers. So we've done a lot of work in that space. We are now offering free curriculum and assessment to our child care providers. That's expensive to purchase a curriculum and the assessment, so we've been able to provide that funding. We've issued about $1.6 million in grants for the science of reading. This is something that's near and dear to the governor's heart, and through these grants, we've been able to provide funding to providers to know how to implement and integrate the science of reading into their curriculum and their assessment. And then the last thing here, which we've got a host, I could spend probably all day talking about many of the initiatives, but wanted to touch on these. But the last is what we call our Early Care and Education Business Partnership Program. And what this is a public-private collaboration to expand childcare access for employees of participating businesses. So essentially what this does is a government and/or a nonprofit agency partners with local businesses and childcare providers to help with some of those costs, because we know that it's expensive. Childcare is extremely expensive for families. So this is a program that we stood up in the fall. We made some tweaks to it. A lot of work is being done currently with some communities. We also wanted to allow some flexibility because it looks different in every community. So those are some things that we have stood up over the last few years, dedicated to providers.
Very good. When it comes to those funds that you provided to the providers, you'd mentioned a few grants and things. Do they contact you all directly, or how does one find out about those opportunities?
They do. We have it's a publication that we put out on Tuesdays. We call it Tuesday Times, and we have a distribution list. So I would encourage you, if you wanted to be informed about what we're doing at the department, is sign up for that distribution list. Maybe could folks contact you, and I can get kind of something to you how to sign up. But Tuesday Times, that's our means of getting as much information out as we can to whoever wants to know what's happening. So that's certainly one way, and then definitely contact us for information on anything that's out there. And again, we were able to do this through a federal preschool development grant. Mm-hmm. We get calls often, what grants are out there for me to start a new child care program? And oftentimes there aren't grants out there for that, for the small businesses from the government side of things, but we were able to do that through these federal dollars.
Very good, very good. And one of the key things I think you mentioned there a few times was access to childcare. We know how crucial that is, Dawn. So would you mind providing a little bit about your background as we prepare to dive a little further into access?
Thank you, Vicki. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I certainly don't feel like an expert in anything. I feel like if I was an expert, I would have solutions to offer us today, and I don't. I feel like I probably just have more insight into what's going on. I do feel like I'm the boots on the ground, and I got one boot in Head Start and Early Head Start. I've been with a Head Start program for 27 years, so I currently am the Head Start, Early Head Start Director for Athens Meigs Educational Service Center, and we serve kids in Gallia and Meigs County, Ohio. My other boot is in child care, where I partner with Buckeye Hills Career Center to help operate a child care center there. So I feel like I see, we're really focused on data, and data's what drives decisions. And I can appreciate that, but I see faces to every number. When the statistics scroll across these screens, I'm thinking, yeah, I remember a mom that did that, and somebody quit work. We had 5 people quit work because of this. So it's really easy for me to put these faces with the statistics. The Head Start world and the early Head Start world, that's my passion and that's what I love, because I understand the program, I know the program, and I've seen the evidence of the program work. And the program's been around since 1965, and it has evolved greatly. It's not even the same program that it was 15 years ago and 20 years. It has evolved and changed according to the needs of our communities. So Head Start is a federally funded program, and it's funded from the federal to local. What makes that unique is that we get to do our programming according to what our community needs. So I'm looking at the needs of Gallia and Meigs County, Ohio's, and how do I meet the needs of kids and families in our area? And what services can we provide to best suit them? The other thing that really fuels my fire for Head Start and early Head Start is that we don't just look at a kid without looking at a family. Because I know in my heart that in order to do what's best for kids, I got to do what's right for a family. Because you can't pluck a kid out of their home life. You have to support that family. And so that's one of the things I'm really proud of with the work that Head Start does, is that we are supporting families. When a family comes and enrolls in Head Start, and I look at the paperwork, the first thing I think about is what pathway do I need to get this family on? Lots of times it's a pathway to education. It's starting with a GED. Sometimes it's getting them to go back to school and helping them believe that there's ways to do that and that they can. So I know and I've seen the evidence of that, and it's just who I am. And I see the struggles of childcare every day. I see families in our area that are turned away because there's no slots. So in Gallia and Meigs County, we currently serve 258 Head Start children, 18 early Head Start children, and then we have a total of 237 ECE slots funded through the state. If you added up 237, 258, and 18, and you took that funding away, because that's kids that are getting to go who are funded from the federal level or the state level, and you say, okay, we're going to eliminate Head Start, or we're not going to do ECE anymore, that's the number of kids in Gallia and Meigs County who lose childcare. They just flat out lose childcare because those parents aren't paying for childcare. That's what we're receiving through federal and state funding. What happens then? Because Gallia County has 2 highly rated childcare centers. That's it. That is it. Meigs County has 0 highly rated childcare centers. So where do we go and what do we do? So lots of times that's the situations, and that's how critical funding and support is for childcare. Very, very critical, allowing parents, and I've heard parents say, and I think that there may be a stigma from years past attached with Head Start folks, because those are your most vulnerable people in your community. They're your most vulnerable kids, your most vulnerable families in our community are those that qualify for Head Start and early Head Start. And I think there's a stigma that comes with that sometimes is, do those people even work? They work. They work. Less than 10% of our enrollment are unemployed. So it's families going to school, and it's families working. It's families trying to find their way out. And one thing I've learned over my time is not everyone even realizes there is a way out, Vicki. Everyone didn't come from where you come from or have the support that you had, and they don't see the way out. And I think that's one thing that Head Start does well, is they help people see there is a way out. It's not a handout to anybody. It's not free childcare money to anybody. It's the most expensive childcare money that there is. But it's a way out of poverty. It's somebody to say, we got you. And I think that that's what we have to do as a community. And I think, I think the heart of everything is the family. And if we improve families, we improve communities. If we improve communities, we improve states. When we improve our state, we improve our country. And I just think, I'm sure I am so passionate about this whole early childhood world and what kids need. And I just think there is no way that I could know, or did I ever know or ever think, that families live and feel like they really do. There was no way I had of knowing that until I began working with them and understanding, meeting them where they are. You don't come to me, I need to go to you. And I need to embrace you for who you are and support who you are so that we can make things better. I think that is the dividend and the payoff.
I think they're so lucky to have you as their champion. I love that passion, and I love that you humanize that data and the services that you provide. We appreciate that so much. And Jamie, I know that when it comes to access and parity as well, you also play a crucial role in that. So will you tell us a little bit about that role?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, my name is Jamie Nash. I'm the superintendent at the award-winning Buckeye Hills Career Center. We serve Gallia, Jackson, and Vinton counties. We have a high school there. We also have an Ohio Technical Center there. We're a post-secondary institution on the adult side as well. When Vicki reached out to me, she asked me to sit on this panel, and I will let you guys all know right now, I am a career tech superintendent. I didn't come from the early child care world. I don't know anything about that world until I met some very, very specific people, and one of those is sitting beside me, which is Don Hall. How many people in the room are from Appalachia? Raise your hand. So I will tell you, she's being very humble here. She is the content expert for Southeast Ohio. I'll just tell you guys that right now. And you guys probably all seen that through her passion and her conviction, so thank you. It's been interesting for me. 7 years ago, when I became the superintendent, we had an early child care program at our school, but we didn't have any little kids there. And I thought that was strange. And all of our high school students would go out to all the different centers, and they would do their, what we call clinical hours, or they would do their hours to get their CDAs. And I thought, okay, that's good, but I have a lot of kids who don't have transportation at my career center that are juniors and seniors. So that's a completely different story. So I thought to myself, man, I really need to figure out how I can get a clinical site at my career center. So we began to talk to students, both adult and high school. We began to talk to the community, we began to talk to parents. And one of the things that we found out really, really quick was there was the number one need for adults going back to our adult center was childcare. So me being the superintendent that I am, I can get out of the box pretty quick. I said, hey, we're going to open up our own early learning center. My treasurer, who had been a previous director for 10 years, my executive AP had been a previous teacher in the early child care system for 28 years. They said, Mr. Nash, are you sure you want to do that? Do you understand that process? And I said, well, no, I don't understand that process, but I was a bureaucrat for 22 years. I worked in state government. I worked in the ivory towers in Columbus. I can figure my way through this process. So we went through Job and Family Services, and I will tell you, it was a very tedious, long journey. It took us almost 1 year to get our early learning system, our early learning center approved and up and running. To me, it was a perfect marriage, because I had kids that were being trained on how to become CDAs in my building. So it was easy for me to continue those clinical agreements with the other centers, but also have a center right there in my career center. Wow, did I learn a lot in a very short amount of time. You know, hiring staff, retaining staff, the retention, the amount of money that you can pay staff. I got to know Don pretty well, and I thought, man, I need to really hire Don Hall to manage this early learning center. And we made that arrangement. It took place, and I'm glad I made that arrangement. But I will tell all of you guys, this is very interesting. By the way, Jeff, I could use some money. At Buckeye Hills, Mr. Carey, I could use some money because I'm going to keep it real with you guys. And for me, I knew the importance of the service. I knew that there was an access problem. I knew that from surveying our students. I knew that from talking to our community members, talking to our parents, talking to our staff. I knew there was this huge need for early child care. I also knew that from my personal life as well. My wife, who actually, we have 3 kids, they're grown now, but we got to a point in our time where it was cheaper for her to stay home than to have a job. So I knew this firsthand. I was on a teacher's salary. So we had to make a lot of sacrifices when our kids were little so she could stay home and be with our kids. And I will tell you, there was major benefits to that, of course, but at the same time, she had to put her career on pause. And I think that's important for people to hear, because I think that happens more than what people realize. But there's also this clientele that Don's talking about too, that is 100% from poverty, and they're trying to find their way out of poverty. And what I liked about our connection, Don and I, is I'm a career center. That's what I do. We basically provide training to our community in Appalachia that will give them access to in-demand training that leads to in-demand jobs. And most of those jobs make really, really good money. So to me, it was a perfect fit. But going back to the logistics of this, so we've been in business now, this will be our 2nd year, coming at the end of this school year. Mr. Carey, Jeff, I'm losing money. I'm in the red. The reason I'm in the red is a couple different factors. We kept our cost to where it was the average cost in our region. So $150 a week, $50 a day. That's where our cost is at. We kept our salaries, our hourly salary the same as Don's. Because I want you to think about this for a minute. She has 12 centers, I have 1 center. We don't want to compete against each other, so we kept our hourly rate the same. All of my team that works my early learning center are part-time. I can't afford to make them full-time, folks. If I make them full-time, then I have to pay them insurance. And insurance is completely ridiculous nowadays. At my school, a family insurance package, what we call the Cadillac plan, costs $30,000 a year. Think about that for a minute. I've got staff, their salary's not that high. So we've got a major problem here in Ohio. We've also got a major problem here in our country with this particular service that should be, in my opinion, should be available to anybody who needs access. Anybody. And the reason I say that is because just to give you a little bit of background about me, and I won't go real long because I can talk a lot. Maybe not as much as Jeff can, but I can talk, Jeff. I'm joking with Jeff. But I will tell you guys, I started my career in state government, and I worked in the Department of Corrections. I've worked in the Department of Youth Services, and I've worked at the State Department of Education, which is now Education and Workforce. So when I say that when I talk about bureaucracies or I talk about the ivory towers, I'm not dinging anybody who does that work. That work is super important for the taxpayers of Ohio. I was that person, and I understand the people that are up there that are pouring their hearts and soul into that work every day, and it's hard work. But I will tell you this, and this is what bothers me. What I've noticed through my 32-year career, man, we spend a lot of money in the budget when it comes to prison systems, when it comes to education systems, both secondary, K through 12, higher education, all these other agencies. But man, we don't do much for our little kids. And if you don't believe me, you can go get in my truck here in just a few minutes, and I can take you to these centers of schools that were closed down. And then the ESCs and other entities have purchased those schools that were built in the 50s and 60s. That's what our kids are seeing in Appalachia. I don't know if you guys realize that or not. They're in buildings that our grandparents, great-grandparents attended. So their very first experience, think about this, is going to a building that was built in the 50s. Now, I want you to just think about this for a minute. This is no dig on anybody, but look at where we're sitting at today. This is a state college. Don't you think our little kids deserve to have their first experience to be the best experience? And don't you think our families in Appalachia deserve to be able to have access to that type of education? So then guys, it's all connected. Then those families can go get in-demand jobs. We have a little problem here about not having enough people, but we have a lot of jobs. Well, we need to all work together, row together, and come together. And what I would challenge everybody in here, because I do a lot of lobbying. I did a little bit of lobbying just a few minutes ago with Mr. Carey and with Jeff. I don't know if I got anybody else in here that I need to talk to, but what we need to do is there needs to be a movement in Ohio. And that movement needs to come from what I would call the ground, boots on the ground, and everybody that's sitting in here, everybody that's in politics, everybody that's in some type of leadership role, parents, educators, leaders. We need to really have a paradigm shift and change the way our kids are getting access to education. Because I will tell you, and I'm curious about this, and I don't know this, I would like to see what the data says for kids who get the opportunity, the access for preschool and for Head Start. I would like to see what happens to them in a long-term study. Like, do they go on and further their education? Do they go on and get jobs outside of poverty? How about what's the connection to the Department of Youth Services and Corrections? I want you to think about that for a minute. That would be really interesting to see that data, just to see how well those resources really, really work. And I believe you would find out, and I'm making an assumption here, that the folks that get to go through those and access those programs probably do pretty well. And I'll kind of leave it at that. So again, I am not an expert on this. I will tell you that right now, but I am the guy who said, hey, I'm going to open up an early learning center. I can tell you all the problems with doing that, and I can tell you all the rewards with doing that too. And I am very, very thankful that Dawn Hall is my partner in this journey, because she is, even though she says she's not a content expert, I promise you, you folks in bureaucracy, you folks in the ivory towers, this is the person you need to listen to from Southeast Ohio, because I promise you, she knows exactly what needs to happen. So I'll leave it at that, Vicki.
We have some people with some passion, don't we? Love it, love it. And also equally as passionate here, seated next to me is George Dolney, and his experience is vastly different, I think, than the other panelists. So he's of course comes at this as a father of two, but then also in his professional role, it's a little bit different. So share a little bit about that, first of all.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here and to sit up here with wonderful panelists to talk about this. It's such truly a critical issue that really does affect everybody. It's everything that we do. It's everything that we're doing everything for is for our kids. Currently, I am the program manager for the revolving loan fund for Omega. So I'm kind of the odd one out. I work exclusively with small business, for-profit business. I made the decision to make a career shift when COVID happened. I'm from the small business sector, small business owner. I will come from a long line of sales, marketing, management, all that sort of thing. That's what I was doing for a number of years. COVID happened, and I saw the vulnerability. I saw other small businesses struggling, and I wanted to make a difference. And that's when I took on my tenure with Omega. And in the course of that, I've been there for about 4 years now, Omega has funded 2 childcare centers, 2 small businesses out of the portfolios that we've done. One of those was a large expansion to a secondary site, and another one of those, the first one actually I did was for new ownership. So two completely different packages, both within one county, because the folks in this particular county made the decision to step up and to really do something about it because they recognize the need. Outside of that, Miss Vicki, I come from teaching. I was a teacher for a number of years, teacher of the arts, about 16 years. As a young man, I was a musician and I was a dancer, a ballet dancer in my younger days, my littler days, shall we say, after this wonderful lunch, let me tell you. But I got into teaching, and so I worked for several private studios. I worked for several nonprofit organizations. At that time, a lot of the arts and things were kind of coming out of the schools due to funding, and I worked several extracurriculars to kind of be the person that puts them back. So in the course of that, I've worked with a lot of kids, mostly young kids, is kind of where it all starts. And a lot of special needs kids as well. And arts and education is so deeply important. And that's who I am, and that's why I'm here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. You had mentioned some of the work that you had done with a couple of Appalachian facilities here. So let's talk about the economics for a moment of operating a child care facility. Have you seen any type of, let's start with a successful financial model or best practice that you could share?
Oh boy. Well, I think that like any other business, you have to approach it with the business in mind. Now, whether it's for-profit or nonprofit, regardless of your structure, revenue is the lifeblood. No matter how good your model is, no matter how quality that your service is, if you don't have the revenue flowing through, then it's not going to survive. So the ones that we have financed, and the other ones that's reached out to us, not for financing, but for connections. We like to connect dots, where we come from at Omega. It's critical to have that business minded. Now, sometimes you have a passionate teacher, a passionate group of folks that want to start something, and they may not have that business mind. That's okay. That's all right, because in the private sector, we hire management. That's what we do to get those things flowing. But the most important thing, I actually talked to one of our child care centers, Ms. Vicki, before I came here, and they were talking about the importance and kind of what's being echoed up here about funding, especially for the underserved population of some of these younger kids. And without that funding, some of these kids will not get this exposure to quality childcare, to quality socialization, okay? When COVID happened, from a small business perspective, that word childcare was thrown out a lot, okay? And we have to make sure we make the distinction. We're not talking about, hiring your local, teenager on the block to watch your kids for an evening while you go out on date night or you go see a movie or something. We're talking about a facility where a specific child is going to be there 5, sometimes 7 days a week consistently, okay? We're talking about a quality environment, a safe environment with a competent staff, an educated staff, okay? And that, I think, according to my child care center, that is kind of where the issue lies. How do we get a strong retention of an educated early childhood staff? How do they compete with those who are recent graduates with their bachelor's degree and their licensure to get them to choose that particular career field as opposed to going into the school system, which is wonderful. Wonderful. I have many teachers in my family. But that's what we need, and that's what we're talking about here. And the best practice model for that is it really does take a village, and it takes all of us to be involved, whether it's our particular individual kids or not. These kids, no matter how well-to-do they are or how underserved they are our future. They're our future. And we can talk about roads and infrastructure, and all these things are necessary, don't get me wrong. But without the next generation to be on them, or the next generation to actually take over the work that we're doing, hopefully to do it better than we're doing, they have to have those critical educational and social opportunities in the very beginning. The very beginning. And that's what I think a best practice is.
Yeah, absolutely. And, all of it, again, does come down to the economics of it, the financing of it. And Jeff, of course, we've certainly appreciate, the good work that Governor DeWine is doing and Lieutenant Governor Tressel, especially in recognizing childcare, as an issue that really touches the greater economic and workforce ecosystem across the state. So it's been brought up, of course, a few times, funding. So when it comes to, the resources and the solution strategies surrounding childcare, what is it, Jeff, that's currently in the executive budget that the governor has proposed, number one, and then what resources are available to both the child care providers, but then also the families that need some assistance directly from you all?
Sure. And just to piggyback on what Jamie was saying as far as funding, what a perfect opportunity to ask for that. We're right in the middle of the biennial budget. We are partnering with Governor DeWine, of course, and the General Assembly. First, we are so fortunate to have a governor that's dedicated to kids. If you don't know that or understand that, I've served in my entire career in government, and Governor DeWine, he really is dedicated and committed to ensuring that Ohio is the best place to live and raise a family. So we're very fortunate to have that. And his executive budget demonstrates that, his commitment to kiddos. So a few things in the executive budget. One is to raise the eligibility for families to qualify for child care assistance from 145% of the FPL to 160. We also have a program called Child Care Choice that we created and stood up last, it's about a year ago now. And it was to bridge some of the gap from 146 of the, so if currently publicly funded child care goes up to 145, in the executive budget it's asking to go to 160. But currently being 145, the Child Care Choice Voucher Program is taking that from 146 to up to 200% of the federal poverty level, so additional funding for continue that program. It's also some work around families to help to ease some of that burden, so capping childcare copays at 7%. Of the family income, which would be saving a working family of four nearly $8 per hour. Continued investments in the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. We know that reading and getting those books to the youngest ones is very important. There's also a family tax cut initiative that is in the governor's executive budget, and essentially what that does is provides $1,000 per benefit for each child in a family under the age of 7. Families would be working, but this would a little piece certainly that we always need, families need more, but this is certainly something that can benefit families as there's so much expense now, diapers or food or what have you. So those are the areas certainly in a few to highlight in the governor's executive budget. It also, for the provider community, is to raise that reimbursement rate to align with the 2024 market rate survey. So we believe combining all of these efforts and all of these initiatives in the governor's executive budget, that we will start to see an increase, especially, it certainly would benefit across the board and across the continuum with kiddos, but especially in that kindergarten readiness. Jamie and Dawn had talked about it, and the importance of getting to our littles really early is so crucial. But currently, our kiddos in Ohio are only demonstrating about a 36%. 36% of our kids are demonstrating ready on the kindergarten readiness assessment. And our goal in the next 2 years, and we believe that combining and having these initiatives would raise that to 60%, which would put Ohio in the top 10% in the nation around kindergarten readiness. But the other piece that this does, we believe in the governor's executive budget, is This would enable approximately 25,000 families to enter the workforce and increase their work hours. It was mentioned earlier about the decisions that families have to make. Many families are having to say, listen, I can't afford this, so it's better for me to stay home. Or they are actually saying to their employers, and you may have heard this yourself, is I can't take those extra hours, or I don't want that pay increase because that's going to put me over. And there's always going to be someone that's right, below and that maybe falls into that, but we believe that these investments will certainly help families and 25,000 families to be able to enter the workforce. So, Vicki, you asked about some of the other initiatives that we have going on that help support our provider community. I mentioned a lot of those earlier. The other thing that we have in Ohio and have had for years is our child care resource and referral agencies and our state support teams. And those entities are scattered throughout the state, and resources, we partner with them, but to help provide support and resources to the early care and education settings. That might be training, that might be technical assistance, on-site technical assistance. That's something that we provide and partner with them. They also do, our child care resource and referral agencies also do a lot of work with families, as well as entering into the children's services space of things to be helping communities and families, especially foster families. So some other things that we have going on specific to families is we launched it's called the Sparkler app. And what this does is gives families and caregivers access to the Ages and Stages questionnaire. Don probably knows this quite well with all of her experience. So we launched this on an app. So what that did in the first 5.5 weeks of us launching this app last year or last fall, we saw more families utilize that assessment in 5.5 weeks than we did the entire year, the previous year. So families are using that, but the exciting number to that is 140 children were identified for special education, and we were able to, and the providers were able to link those families. So we have that going on. The other exciting thing that we did was around our kinship families. One advantage, there's many advantages, but one advantage with this department is we have everything under, or most child programs under one department. So we're able to look at the full continuum. So we took our kinship families. So these would be the families that are caring for a kiddo that's in the child welfare system, and link them to the ECE program. So be able to prioritize them so those kiddos can get those early care and education experiences in an early care and education program. So we're able to do that, we're seeing some great results there. And then the last thing I want to just highlight is we stood up what we are calling our parent and youth ambassadors throughout the state. There are 24, the goal was to get 24, I think we have about 21 now. They're housed in all of our child care resource and referral agencies. In this area, the child care resource and referral agency is COAD, so many of you have probably worked with COAD. And what they're there to do is a help to connect families with some of these many resources that are out there. And we did some family listening sessions when we were starting to stand up the department. And the director and I and a couple of others from our executive team, we went out all across Ohio and we met with families. It's certainly easy, as Jamie said, to sit in the Columbus offices and create policies, but something that we are committed to is we've got to get down and out into communities and listen to the folks that are really impacted by the policies. So one thing that resonated with us, and it was in every single session across the state, families said, I need someone to help me navigate this crazy, complicated bureaucratic system. And I can say that because I'm in it. And so that's why we stood up the parent and youth ambassadors to help these families navigate that system. We just started this last fall, seeing some great and positive results. The other thing that families said is, I want to talk to a live person, which was interesting to us because I feel like we're in the age of technology and we're thinking we're doing what we, for years, last few years at least, trying to do what families would want, have applications, have different, means, websites. And they said, that's great, but I want to talk to a live person. I don't want to talk to an automated person. So we stood up these parent youth ambassadors within the department. They also have lived experience. That was important. And they are from the area in which they are working.
First of all, thank you for all of that. And, all of those experiences also, I think, go back to enrollment as well. So I'm eager to know from both Dawn and Jamie from two different enrollment perspectives. So Dawn, when we're looking at enrollment in actual child care centers, what is that looking like? Is there a backup? Are there wait lists of kids trying to get in? And then Jamie, maybe you could also speak to enrollment in our training programs. What is that looking like as we're trying to credential and license new child care workers? So either one of you want to take a stab at those?
Yeah, as far as enrollment for child care, our Head Start and our early Head Start program, we're full. We're fully enrolled, and we're fortunate because there are a lot of programs across the state and across the country that ever since the pandemic hit have been under-enrolled. We have maintained our enrollment all along. Child care, it's ugly where we're at. I'm not going to lie. I mean, people call all the time wanting spots, and we don't have any. We don't have any spots. And well, what do you suggest I do, Ms. Hall? I mean, I've called the other child care centers, and we've been on a wait list, and I think that would be what you would hear. I figure that's common probably across the state as far as, I know there are people that get on the wait list for some programs when their kid is born. So, I mean, it is an issue. It is a very, very real issue of access in the population, that we serve in Gallia and Meigs County. It's a critical issue there, for sure.
And so, Jamie, can part of that be solved through increasing enrollment in your programs and producing more professionals in the area?
Yeah, so for us, it's been really interesting. When I first got to Buckeye Hills, our enrollment in our early child care program was not full capacity. It is full capacity now. We serve, on the high school side, we have about 40 high school students that enroll in our early child care program, 20 juniors and 20 seniors. And we are looking to expand that program into our adult education world through our Ohio Technical Center. So for us, I will tell you this is a very important component. I hope Don gives me like an amen on this. I can train high school kids and they will start those jobs as CDAs, but through my center it's part-time. So what are they going to do? They're going to do that part-time job until they get a full-time job. Everybody with me? When they get into that full-time job, then they're going to look at, do I want to stay in this realm, or do I want to expand and go into the K through 12 arena where I can make more money? Everybody with me? Mm-hmm. So for me, there's a career ladder there. The problem is that career ladder from part-time to full-time is a very quick move. I mean, we've had high school kids that have started with us part-time, and before they graduate high school, they already have a full-time job at a different center. And of course, we encourage them to do that. That's what we want them to do. So I find that, I think that's very important for everybody to understand. That's what's going to take place. The other thing too, I thought this was interesting because, keep in mind, we did our homework on this. I mean, everybody in pretty much Southeast Ohio said, hey, Jamie, you need to open up an early learning center. When we first opened up, we didn't have full enrollment. When I partnered with Dawn Hall, she got me full enrollment. Now, wasn't a lack of strategy. It was, we did a lot of PR and we spent a lot of money to make sure people knew that program was available for their little ones. But Dawn understood, she understood it from experience, a better way of marketing it, a better way of getting kids and getting that program filled. But me and Dawn talked about this morning. Right now we're serving about 32 students. That's 18 months old until, is it 5? So me and Don talked about strategies, maybe moving that to 12 months up to 5. We also could add additional staff. By adding additional staff, we could get that up to about 50 kids being served right there at our Career Center. With that being said, I'm still operating in the red. And I know people don't sometimes understand that, but I'm a career tech superintendent, and I have to be very business savvy. I got to be a good steward of taxpayers' money, and I can't operate in the red every year just because. I don't care about making profit. I'm not in it for profit. I just want to break even. And that's my goal, is to break even. Now, Dawn, with her 27, 30 years of experience in the business, she said, Jamie, be patient. It usually takes between 3 and 5 years to get it to where it'll balance itself out. It's easy for me and her to have that conversation. It's a little different with my school treasurer. And it's a little different with 9 board members. Because right now, I'm very transparent. Right now, we run about $50,000 in the red. Now, I have ways and strategies to pay for that because I have it linked to a career tech program. So I can offset some of that cost because I'm creating them a lab environment at our career center. So there's a way for me to do that. However, I'm also been in this business a long time to know there's money out there, not just through Jeff. There's money out there among other agencies as well that we should be able to offset that cost so we can continue to provide that service, if that makes sense to everybody. So for us, it really is about just breaking even and providing that service to our community. And I do believe that Don will assist us in getting us there moving forward. So I did tell my treasurer that I made a deal with her, it would be a 2-year commitment. I told her the other day I'd like to have another extension, at least another year. So she's going to ride with me on that. But I will tell you, and this is important for everybody to hear this, we chase grants at my career center like nobody's business. In the last 4 years, we received $22 million in grants in 4 years. So we know how to hustle, and we know how to go get the grants. I do have a question for Jeff, though. So my early learning center is through Job and Family Services. So my question is the state of Ohio going to kind of maybe realign some services? Because I don't know if I'm even eligible to apply for your grant since I'm through Job and Family Services. DCY.
So all of those programs under JFS merged into DCY, so you're under DCY now.
So that means I can.
You can.
That means that we'll get started on that this afternoon.
And Jamie's making it sound like that Jeff holds the bank, that he's the bank.
I'm just messing with Jeff just because.
Yes, all of those from ODJFS moved into Department of Children and Youth.
Thank you. Yep. I did not know that, so I learned something today.
Actually, I appreciate that clarification because there were a couple of questions about that structure that have been coming in. And another question that's been elevated a couple of times is regarding access for older children in the summer and childcare outside of normal business hours. Don, maybe you can address this one. You know, that's obviously a barrier to workforce participation. So are there any steps that are being taken to address those issues?
Yeah, it really is an issue, especially for school-age child care centers. So Gallia County, there are 4 actual child care centers. 2 are highly rated, 2 are not, and only 2 of those child care centers offer school-age child care. The others are just birth to 5 centers. So there's definitely a need, and we always get these calls in the summer, do you offer the school-age child care? The issue is it comes back to money, because when you get licensed for school age, then you have to have more employees to do school age, and you're weighing out the benefit versus the cost. Sure. And so it makes it really hard, and the space. So I know in 2 of the child care centers, there's not the space to add school-age child care. So that's an issue also.
And I'll kind of piggyback on that. When we designed our program, it was designed to be open from 7 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock at night. So we are looking at expanding that into the evening hours, potentially maybe looking at a after-school program for school-age kids as well. I've been approached by multiple board members about doing that in the future. Again, it goes back to what Don and I have talked about. You know, when you hire that staff member, basically you have revenue coming in, and what does it look like coming out the other side on your expenditures? And right now, those projections are in the red. So that's kind of what's keeping us from doing that. So I think that's important for us to figure out. I will say this: I don't know the correct terminology, and I apologize. But our part-time employees, we have to, and I'm going to call it like an upcharge or a surcharge. We have to pay additional fees because they're part-time to their public retirement system. And it costs a fortune. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
And I'll let you know right now, it's a lot of money. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So we just have to do that so the retirement system gets more money because they're part-time versus full-time. So I'll tell you what we're doing. The treasurer and I are we were actually looking at this the other day. We're looking to see what that level is. And if we can pay our employees at that level without paying that upcharge or that surcharge, then that's what we're going to do. But again, you know, you said it best. When you're running an early learning center, yeah, I'm a public school, but I'm running my early learning center as a private entity. I mean, it's a business. So, and it's ran through my adult ed system, and we run it as a business. So it's not like the K through 12 schools or the joint vocational school districts. We're actually running it as a business. So you have to have that mindset, which is different than having the mindset of a K through 12 or a JVSD or any kind of public school system, if that makes sense to everybody.
And what I would say about that, I got to piggyback on this one. What I would say about that, I can respect it's a business. I'm sure you guys can tell I'm not the business brain behind any of this. While it is a business, it has the most critical customers that anybody in this room serves. Because that's somebody's babies. That's somebody's kids. That's my grandkids in those centers. And it is critical. And what makes it even more critical is if you think childcare is babysitting, then you are completely removed from childcare. Because these kids that we see coming into our childcare centers now have suffered more trauma than I've ever seen in my 55 years of living. They've endured greater pain. The behaviors are on the increase. Being a child care worker is hard work with a lot of rules. And we pay them pennies for what we actually ask them to do. And then a new rule comes out, so then we say, and now we're going to do this. And we want to be a Gold Star Center. And you're going to be trained in the science of reading. Huh? The science of reading? Like, what is that? If you're talking to a high school student that you've just hired, what is that? So we're putting a lot of pressure on people that really, really need a lot of professional development to be able to do the services that we're asking them to do, especially, again, with our most critical customers.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I know that you elevate professional development within your services, and we appreciate that, you know, ensuring that your folks are on top of every credential, every educational opportunity. And a couple of the questions that have been coming in from the audience also includes, you know, of course, references to the various funding cuts that we're experiencing, especially at the federal level, and also any type of, also a couple of inquiries about some registered apprenticeship programs. And one of the things I did want to acknowledge in combining all of those things is that, you know, one of the creative solutions that we have seen recently being funded through the Appalachian Regional Commission and their ARC Arise program is a model that's serving Kentucky, Tennessee, and West Virginia. The problem that you hear within that, though, is Ohio's not mentioned. So we need to insert ourselves into that. We need to look at this opportunity to learn and grow from that triad of, Kentucky, Tennessee, and West Virginia, and implement perhaps the pathways that they're focused on when it comes to growing childcare work. So their areas of focus are creating apprenticeships for participants living in rural communities. They're training, credentialing, and providing technical assistance for participants interested in starting their own childcare businesses. And they're supporting participants pursuing college degrees in related fields. So continue to look at our other federal partners, the ones that we know are here hearing us, that have their ear to the ground, that are here in the trench work with us, our friends like Governor's Office of Appalachia at the state level, but then our federal partners at Appalachian Regional Commission, because they are funding programs like this that really, I think, are speaking to exactly what we're talking about in shoring up, a very sustainable model. So in conclusion, we're here at time, so I just wanted to encourage everyone to keep your eye on this. Let's all continue to really vow to work together as Appalachians, as Appalachian Ohioans, to provide the quality, the affordability, and the accessibility to healthcare options or childcare options, for this vulnerable population. And let's also continue to look at improving that return rate of people into the workforce, because that really is crucial. And George, I think you had a couple of points you wanted to wrap things up with.
Yes, I do. Yes, and we're here today. We're very, very blessed to be able to be here in this beautiful building to fellowship with one another and talk about truly strengthening and bettering our region here today. But I want to ask you a question, a final thought to leave you with, and that is, how are your children? How about today, when you leave and you go home, if they're there, why don't you give them a hug, call them on the phone, check on your grandkids, your nieces, your nephews. Let's start home base. How are your kids? What are their needs? Then branch out a little further. How's your town? What are the needs of your community, your county? If every one of us in here started there, while we're up here talking about these solutions, we started doing that, pretty soon you're going to have a rapid change of things. So that's my final thought, Ms. Vicki.
Nope, I appreciate that. Thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you all for your time and your attention. We appreciate you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to our panelists, Vicki, George, Dawn, Jamie, and Jeffrey. That was great. So now it's time to begin our final session. It's focused on downtown development, and I'm excited to introduce our moderator, Matt Wiederhold, Executive Director of Heritage Ohio, with presenters Craig Gossman of the Gossman Group, Jessica Keaton of ILCAO, Monroe County Commissioner Mick Shoemaker, and Jim Timonier from the City of Ashtabula. Please welcome Matt and our panelists to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can assure you it is no warmer up here, even though we're under the lights. I'm excited today to be here from Heritage Ohio. We are a statewide nonprofit that focuses on downtown redevelopment, historic preservation, and the Ohio Main Street program. And it's fascinating to me. I look at a downtown as the heart of your community. Like, that's the place where people gather, that's the living room. So having a vibrant downtown that functions in a meaningful way and meets the needs of the residents and tourists, I think is very important to the livelihood of your community. So to get started here, I'd like to ask each of you, please, to introduce yourselves and highlight one downtown project on which you are working. Jessica, we'll start with you.
Hi, my name is Jessica Keaton. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Development for the Ironton-Lawrence Area Community Action Organization. We're the second largest, I think. Maybe we're the first largest now since we have ACGP, right, Ralph? Community action in the state of Ohio. We are unique because we do house our Community Development Office, which I work with Ralph, who presented on housing earlier, and the Director, Michelle Throckmorton. We have a fantastic team there. And our downtown projects are many, actually. We were very fortunate to receive a $152 million award from Appalachian Community Grant Program last year to undertake 21 different projects across 19 communities, stretching from basically Cincinnati to Canton. So we are so honored that our partner communities put their trust in us to help them pull this monumental feat off. So the majority of our downtown projects, I would say, are actually riverfront projects, because when you're working on the riverfront in communities, typically those two things are intertwined, seeing as the Ohio River and the Muskegon Rivers are fantastic tourism assets and just beautiful picturesque locations for our communities. We're also working with the city of New Philadelphia and the village of Caldwell. And then the other two non-riverfront projects we have would be the McConnellsville Streetscape, which is actually tied into their riverfront, and restoration of the Ronay Theater in downtown Ironton. So it's really exciting not only to work with these downtown development projects and bolster tourism throughout Appalachia, not just across Ironton and Lawrence County.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mick?
My name is Mick Shoemaker. I'm a Monroe County Commissioner. I've seen Jess on Zoom meetings quite a bit because ILCAO is managing one of our projects on the Ohio River. I'm also working with the Monroe Theater renovation. I'm the president of the Monroe Arts Council, and the theater was able to secure $4.6 million for renovation in downtown Woodsfield.
Sounds amazing. Jim?
Hi, I'm Jim Timoneer. I'm the city manager in the city of Ashtabula. I've been city manager in Ashtabula since December of 2011. We are a very unique chartered community where my position is actually elected. So we believe I'm the only elected city manager in the country. It has its good and its bad opportunities for our community, but for me right now, it's going pretty well. We have the unique. Another unique feature about us is we actually have two downtowns. We have our historic Bridge Street, which many of you may know of. We were actually considered America's Main Street in 2018. We won a nationwide campaign for that, but it's right on the Ashtabula River that leads out to Lake Erie. We have one of very few bascule lift bridges still operating in the community, in the country, on Bridge Street. And back in 2014, 2015, we received several grants that all came together at the same time to do kind of a downtown revitalization on Bridge Street. Fast forward to today, we did receive Appalachian funds of about $1.6 million to do what is more commonly known as our main avenue. So our main avenue now gets their opportunity to be renovated. We have a great facade program included in that. We felt that a facade program was probably the most vital portion of the grant that we put together, and we're going to redo sidewalks and do streetscape along with that. On Main Avenue, there's a historic Shays Theater that we're also going to be renovating. They've received some funds to start that project. And then a 5 to 6 story old department store that was kind of the backbone of the community on Main Avenue is also going to be renovated during this project. So we're really excited about this next 2 years.
Fantastic. Craig?
Yeah, I'm Craig Gossman, Gossman Group out of Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm a recovering architect and an urban planner. I've been doing this for a long time in a variety of communities across the country, still working in Texas, West Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio primarily, and also Indiana. But of late, it's given me a great opportunity to see a variety of downtowns. That is my passion, downtowns and revitalization. I serve on Matt's board of trustees for Heritage Ohio, so I'm really dialed in and trying to help smaller communities with all of their issues. And hearing all the speakers today, it's interesting how this network all kind of weaves together to create really what is a healthy, livable community. And downtown, to Matt's point, is the heart of that as we see it. It probably has the most retained history in any community. The names at the tops of the buildings kind of tell a story about where they've been and where they might want to go. who's the next caretaker of that, if you will. So I've been really interested in all these towns that I've had the good fortune to work in, but of late, the one that's got my attention has been through the Appalachian program back in my old hometown of Zanesville, Ohio. So I've been helping Mayor Mason and Matt Abbott, who was here earlier today, and Dana Matz, if he's still around, with the Chamber of Commerce back in the back, and a great team of leadership in Zanesville trying to retool their downtown. I say this a lot, we don't want to lose the history, but at the same time, oftentimes we need to reinvent the town, we need to reinvent the center. What's the brand identity? Is it a little tired? Does it need to be lifted up? Can we tell the story a different way? Those are the kind of things that we're trying to do. But in Zanesville in particular, which is a river town, as you know, we've got the confluence of the Licking and the Muskingum rivers there, and the world famous Y Bridge, where you can go to the middle of the river and turn left or right, which is always a unique experience. But the project that we're working on right now that attracted the funding from the Appalachian program is the expansion of Sechrist Auditorium, which was a WPA building, auditorium built back in the day with very few amenities in it. It had all the performance space, a 1,600 seat hall, but very shallow pre-function space, lack of restrooms, ADA access, all the things that you want to see in a cultural facility. So we were able to attract about $6.5 million from the program to put into that, which has been leveraged then to secure about another $4 million locally to put into that. There's also an AEP, an old Ohio Power garage that's being renovated into restaurants directly across the street from that facility. That's about another $6 million with outdoor pavilions, farmers markets, those kind of things. The library also leveraged these funds to put a $9 million expansion and renovation on the library. There's a streetscape program that's knitting all that together. And by sheer luck, ODOT was planning on redeveloping and renovating and repaving all the stretch of I-70 through Zanesville, including the new ramps leading into this gateway district. And I apologize, I didn't realize I could bring visuals today, so just Google Gateway District in downtown Zanesville when you have a moment when your hands aren't frigidly shaking from the temperature in here, and take a look at some of the visuals there. I think you'll enjoy seeing what we're doing. So all told, in that one project alone, there's about $35 or $40 million being spent of the Appalachian program money and leveraged local money. And then there are other private development projects going on, loft housing in warehouses, an old renovated elementary school into housing, parks and recreation along the riverfront. So I'm passionate about it because it's my hometown, and it's great to see this come back to life.
Fantastic, thank you. So we've heard a lot today about tourism and how important that is, and in downtown development, certainly we want people to come to town and spend money. But I think the flip side of that is ensuring that the downtown also functions for the residents who are there every day. And I'm curious, what are you doing in your downtown projects to ensure that you're meeting the daily needs of the people that live there, but also function for the people who are bringing in outside money?
Start again?
Sure.
All right. So for our projects, most of our communities have undertaken a lot of public comment. And I think the thing to really take home with you is that community development is also economic development. So if you're building inviting, beautiful spaces that people want to spend time in, you're also going to bring in outside businesses who want to invest in your community. So when you create spaces for your residents to enjoy to improve quality of life, typically that economic development that helps with that placemaking piece that brings in outside visitors follows.
Monroe County has a population of 13.5, so we're probably the smallest county in the state. Bringing in outside visitors is difficult because we don't have a hotel. So we have no bed tax. So it's kind of a vicious cycle on how do you promote tourism when you have no funding to do so. We have a few Airbnbs. One gentleman just built a couple treehouse villas. So there are a few things that are coming from the grassroots, but it's very difficult to even gauge what our traffic is. When you don't have a hotel, you really can't get a record of the people that are passing through your community, whether on classic car club or motorcycles or whatever. The first way that we've been able to track is at the theater. And we opened in 2019 without even a restroom. We put a porta-john in the back alley. Now you want to talk about Appalachia, we've got it going. No electric, we had lawn chairs, and I'll be the first one to tell you we had no idea what we're doing. And I would say we've got some people here that would vouch on that we still don't. But we had our first Nashville show. It was Jimmy Fortune. And 92% of those tickets sold were from outside the county. Now that is, I think, amazing information for our town council, who does not see the value of restoring an old theater that's been closed for 40 years. Now, I don't want to say that the community isn't supportive of the theater, but it isn't sustainable for the theater to go on just your local people. In our community, if you have a date night, you leave town. You go someplace to stay all night. You go to a different restaurant outside the village. People aren't coming to the Monroe Theater because we're a beautiful theater. Kalpa is sitting here. She's our architect. It looks like a warehouse. Everything is stripped down to bare walls. We had a show recently, Twitty and Lynn. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Twitty and Lynn. It's Conway's grandson and Loretta's granddaughter. And they called to perform at the Monroe Theater. Well, the guy that does our booking said, "What do you think about Twitty and Lynn?" I said, "Who the hell is that?" He told me, and I said, "What do they need for performing?" He said, $12,000. I said, "I'm out. I don't have the intestinal fortitude to take this on." I said, "See if you can negotiate something." So he comes back and he says, "They're going to rent the theater for $250. We make concessions. We run the tickets through our ticketing agency, and we're good to go." I said, "All right." Sold out. They were on the stage at the Grand Ole Opry the weekend before. We just so happened to have a kid from our town who was in the military with Twitty. He introduced the band. It was the coolest thing you'd ever want to see. Now, if we hadn't, I wrote a check for $16,000 to that band the night they were finished. I couldn't believe it. But we've got to increase our capacity in this theater. So we're in the process of adding a balcony, which will increase our seating about 225 to 250. We're looking for those bigger shows to be an attraction to not only the village of Woodsfield, but Monroe County as well. But if we have our local people, our local bands on stage, if the locals have seen that band perform once, they don't come back. I mean, not that they don't support, it's been there, done that. We have people that do come in and see some of these bigger shows, but it's a tourism attraction.
The City of Ashtabula, we're, again, because I have sort of two downtowns, it kind of takes care of itself. So the lift bridge that I spoke to you about, which is actually going to be 100 years old this year, we're going to do a big celebration around our lift bridge. It had gone up for repairs back in, it was the early 2000s. And as ODOT was repairing it, they found other damage. So what became a 9-month project actually extended out to an 18-month project. And at that time, our Bridge Street was probably half full. We had, half of our buildings there were vacant. And I remember sitting in Mr. Red Carlisle's living room, and he's kind of one of the business leaders, champions of the area, who just recently passed away. But he said, we need to make Bridge Street a regional destination for tourism. And ever since he said that line, everything that we as the city, or I was with the Chamber of Commerce before I came over to the city, everything that we did revolved around that statement. So our Bridge Street has taken care of the tourism part of it. We created 2 really big festivals for Bridge Street. Anybody heard of Beach Glass? So when they came to us with the idea of beach glass, and so beach glass is just something glass that's been in the lake, it's been tumbled a bunch of times, washes up on shore, and it actually really turns out to be pretty beautiful. But people go around and collect this and make jewelry out of it. And all of a sudden, over 100 vendors showed up on our Bridge Street, and anywhere between 10 and 15,000 people flocked to our city on a weekend to shop for beach glass. And this is stuff that we used to pick up and throw back in the lake as kids, and but it's like a cult. It's like a cult following, and people come from all over the place to see us and to visit for that. Then as we were joking around and we need another festival, what are the 2 biggest things we have in Ashtabula County? Well, we all love wine, and the Ashtabula County region is famous for its wine, and we have walleye. And somebody said, well, as we were drinking wine, we should have a wine and walleye festival. We now have a wine and walleye festival, and it's actually really fun. We have about 14 wineries that show up and do samples. We have our FOP cooks the fish. We have probably some of the best fireworks you'll ever see shot right over the Ashtabula River with the lift bridge in the background. There's some great pictures of it online. And a lot of our locals, kind of like like Craig has said here, a lot of our locals started coming back and saying, hey, there's a lot of buzz on Bridge Street. I'd like to be part of that. Buying buildings, getting involved. One gentleman had the unfortunate pleasure of talking to me and saying, what can we do? And I kept on saying, we really need a hotel. And about $11 million later, and bringing 2 other partners in, they built the Riverbend Hotel right on our river. It turned out to be an amazing hotel. It's winning some worldwide awards for the way that they decorated it. It just came out wonderful. So bring it now to our other main avenue. So our main avenue used to be for our residents. We had the mall come into town, and all of those mom and pops decided, well, I'm going to be successful at the mall. They went to the mall. 5-10 years out, as those leases became renewed, they shot up to mall pricing, and most of those mom and pops then went away. So we were left with a lot of vacant buildings on our main avenue. A lot of local people are now buying those buildings, saying, how can we redo this? So for many, many years, I've been going to the Merchants Association and saying, what do you guys want to be when you grow up? Because tourism ain't going to be it. We can't support 2 of these things in town. So we've kind of narrowed it down to being the 9-to-5 business district with a little bit of nightlife at the end of it. So we are building our downtown centered around what our residents remember, and trying to attract the businesses and the services that our residents are going to need maybe once, twice, 3 times a year. And then trickling in some of those smaller events that are for the community, maybe like bands in the park, or we call them the dog days of summer. We set up some merchants along the sidewalks and different things like that. We've had a multicultural festival in our downtown before, so trying to sprinkle in some of those smaller events where you're not crowded with 10 to 15,000 people for a weekend, but just that the community can come out and enjoy.
Man, it's kind of hard for me being kind of a consultant to, really react to that question on one particular town, but I can see some common themes through the things that I've seen in other communities. I think about Tiffin, Ohio, and Findlay, Ohio in Northwest, and then even back to my hometown of Zanesville. When you think about tourism and money coming into a community and still taking care of local residents for their needs, you have to look at everything. I mean, thinking about Zanesville, there's a lot of people that come into the community for fishing and wildlife and hunting. Well, they're staying in hotels, they're buying meals in restaurants, they're not eating their deer in the parking lot. We've heard a story about that once. Then you've also got on the flip side, you've got the cultural arts, you've got performing arts, you've got all kinds of things that attract people to these communities. So you can't just look at one particular thing, but I would say this, that as long as your performing arts center or your local theater or your cultural center is catering to a variety of customer base, the locals are going to be taken care of. If you start looking at recreation, riverfront development that was mentioned earlier, that's for everyone. So when people visit that community, they can get down to the riverfront and enjoy it as a visitor, or they can be down there every day, you know, running and biking and so forth. So I just feel like tourism is such an important piece of the economic development of the community, but I would also say that it needs to cast a larger net outside of your municipality lines and start to take into consideration the neighboring communities, because someone said it earlier today that we're all in this together, and bringing visitors in for a region for, you know, 3, 4, 5 days versus going in and out of a city for a show, that's really capitalizing on that curious market, the person that wants to come in and have an experience of discovery of a community and the surrounding areas. So I look at the World Heritage Site, I look at, you know, our Main Street communities, the historic sites around the state. All those things are really special places and destinations, and the communities that are nearby really need to take an active role in how do I tie into that? How do I bring that visitor that's going over to the mounds into my downtown, or going to the river to fish into my downtown? So it's kind of working both ends of the spectrum.
Beautiful, thank you. So in a day of urban sprawl, people are still leaving downtowns and building new lifestyle centers in the middle of cornfields and creating our own little communities. Everyone has the same benches, banners, and light poles. What are you doing in your downtowns to respect and reflect the authenticity of the community and to reflect that in the unique assets of the downtown? Like, how are you keeping the local flavor, even with modern materials and modern development? What makes your community local, and how do you elevate that?
We're Appalachians. I think it's safe to say we will fight to the death for our culture. And any project, you know, we build out a lot of infrastructure. Any project you go in on, you are not going to have the support of the community if you are not keeping true to the character of your communities, because people are proud of where they come from, and I'm proud of where I come from, and I completely support that. So again, back to that public involvement piece, that's one really great way to take in comments and make sure that, you know, because my idea of what makes us Appalachian or what's important to the downtown might not be the next person's idea. So to sit down together and as a community make those decisions, and also have somebody there that's saying, well, maybe we can't keep this because it's crumbling and it's not viable anymore, and come up with new solutions that keep that character. But still, at the end of the day, you know, you're building out something really important and useful to your community. I think in a lot of the downtown, especially riverfront communities that we're working with, there has been a push to keep things very pastoral and sort of reflect the Victorian architecture or craftsman architecture that you might see in the downtowns, depending on where you're at. Modernism definitely isn't what we want to see, because we're also proud not only of our heritage, but of our history. We have incredible history relating back to the pioneers. We just were at a groundbreaking in Marietta on Friday. And to look around and, you know, feel that history, it's tangible in a lot of our communities, right? And be able to do things that honor that and put a spotlight for visitors that come in and say, hey, you know, Appalachia is really trendy right now. So we are trying to build out those communities and capitalize that to, we are a region, but make ourselves a tourism destination and region so that outsiders, you know, they all want to go to the Mothman Museum. They want to go to the Smoky Mountains. They want to, there's a lot of talk out there. Oh, what are your ghost stories and your creepy stuff? But we want to say, oh, you know what? We have this fantastic American history. We are freedom here in Southern Ohio, specifically with, you know, our illustrious Underground Railroad history. It's just incredible. Our iron history, specifically in Lawrence counties, which also bleeds into Jackson, Scioto, Gallia counties, the Welsh history in Jackson, the ancient history with our mound builders, and I'm really looking forward to, once we get our ACGP projects done, you know, approaching our partners in Ross County, our counterparts in Ross County, and saying, you know, how can we work together to drive tourism traffic from the UNESCO World Heritage Site, which I'm so excited. I know you guys have worked a really long time on that. You know, bring them down to the river, take them upriver to learn about, you know, John Campbell, or downriver to learn about John Rankin, and just visit all these fantastic places that, you know, are the makeup of our character.
That question about tourism and preservation, probably I'm like the poster child of that. ODOT did a new traffic pattern in the middle of our community, and the village of Woodsfield, I think they were looking at the funding opportunity of this, but the plan was to take out our historic islands in the middle of the traffic area, which had been taken care of by the Garden Club and different groups over the years. And so this plan went through, and they were trying to approve it, and it all happened during COVID, so you weren't allowed to go to the council meeting and speak about it. So I'm just stubborn enough. I decided to go on social media and have people sign petitions. I sat in the ticket booth at the theater, and people came up. We were socially distancing and all that, but signed petitions to keep the islands. And it went as far as the Historic Preservation Office, and we kept the islands, but we really burned a bridge with the village council. So the theater and the village council are, I don't want to say the well is poison, but don't drink the water. Because the tourism is under the umbrella of the Monroe Arts Council with no budget, and we bring people to the theater. I went to council and said, you know, the islands really look scruffy. Could I landscape the islands? This was prior to their plan to remove them. You can, but we're not giving you a dime to do it. I said, okay, I think I can come up with some. People would drive through the middle of the square and hand me $100 bills. Now, when you're an elected official, that isn't necessarily a good thing. But we got byway money, we put $10,000 worth of landscaping into these two islands. And the village council had the police department deliver a letter of cease and desist that I was not allowed back in the islands because there was such an uproar about them taking out the islands. So after ODOT did of course, the edict came down from the state that they could not remove the islands. So everybody, you know, there was a lot of joy about that. The last thing that was done before ODOT finished the paving was the village council came in and dug up $10,000 worth of bulbs and landscaping and threw them over the hill without ever saying, hey, Mick, we're going to do this. They did it. So I went to the mayor and I said, this was donation. I mean, you have value even in the bulbs. Why would you just throw them over the hill? She said, I know where they are. You can get them and plant them along our walking trail. Not. So, needless to say, I am not the volunteer landscaper in the middle of town, but the theater is still a draw for the community. But that preservation thing, that's a hard sell sometimes. You know, progress isn't on the front end of a bulldozer. You know, if we don't preserve our heritage and our local history and our infrastructure, you know, we've got lots of motorcycles and car clubs that come through our scenic byways. 26 is the Covered Bridge Scenic Byway. We have the Ohio River Scenic Byway on 7. We have the another byway that goes from 7 out to, I believe, Athens. These are where people want to come, and they want to see these little quaint towns with their little islands, with their little tulips blooming in front of their theater, and that's what it's about. Sometimes it's a hard sell, though. Don't drink the water.
Well, Mick, if you want to come to Ashtabula County, I've got some islands that we would happily donate to have you decorate, because we don't do a very good job of that. But it's interesting because some of those islands that we have, they're kind of not down the middles, but they're on the sides, and we use them as kind of traffic control. You know, when they say when you have that straight line, that's when you get the speeders. We like to have them there for that. And we also get, as some of you may have heard, we had 5 feet of snow in 48 hours in my area. It took me 8 days to clean up at a cost of almost $300,000 in 8 days. So we had a lot of fun up our way. Our high school actually lost its roof, a brand new high school, and they now have to tear it down and rebuild their educational wing of that because of all the snow. So we have a place to put snow when it comes to those islands as well. Both of our downtowns, the Harbor District and up on our main avenue, are both designated historic districts. And actually in the harbor, there's a national historic district on a small portion of that. So we do have an architectural review board that monitors both of those areas. And those of you that have been through architectural review boards know that sometimes it's painful. But my staff does a really good job of, you know, staying on task with them and making sure that, you know, it's not what that person on the architectural review board likes for a color or likes for a light or, you know, likes for this type of stuff, but what is actually for preservation. And we try to do it that way. You know, while I agree that we do have to preserve what we have, there are situations where buildings are just too far gone. And I don't believe in recreating history. So a lot of the area that we had on our Bridge Street wasn't developed. It was just empty land, or that there were structures on it that were torn down long ago. And as things became revitalized, more investors came in and looked at that. We didn't just rebuild history. You know, we kept with the themes and we kept with the look, but we didn't, you know, try to duplicate what was already there. So you could see somewhat of a difference of you know, what was preserved and what is the new style. And I think we're gonna maintain that as we go into Main Avenue. And I know communities always get, you know, when you tear that building down that they've been yelling and screaming about for years and years and years, and you finally have the funding and it starts to come down, and then the first thing you hear is, I can't believe you guys tore that building down. I remember, you know, when I went in there as a child, and you hear all the stories, and I just keep going back and say, you know, we were pretty much ready to give this away if anybody just came with a plan. Where were you? You were there telling me every time that it had to be torn down and what a danger it was to the community. So we do a lot to try to preserve our buildings until we can't. We have an old city hall that was a post office before that. It's been vacant long before my time. I remember as a little kid going in that building, and I've had the opportunity now 4 times with funding to tear it down. And each one of those 4 times we've pulled back because we thought we had that developer. They looked really good on paper. Just this last year, I put it out for bid again and just said, if anybody can take this thing, please take it. Show us the plans, and we got nothing back. So if that money comes around, I made it very clear to my council, if that money comes around again, unfortunately, it's going to have to go. So if anybody is interested in preservation, I'd love to show you the building. It's amazing, but it needs a lot of work. But we are trying to preserve the look and the feel. And we're a little bit unique also because we don't have the urban sprawl in our area, just because we don't have that kind of land left in the city. So people are actually looking at moving to our downtown and to our Bridge Street. Some of the area that wasn't developed became 7 or 8 different townhouses. And so people are now living around those areas. And we're seeing a lot of young couples that don't want to own a house. Some of them don't know the difference between a Phillips and a flathead screwdriver, so they don't want to mess around with any kind of maintenance or anything like that. And so renting has become, when I first came into office, our city is over 50% rentals. And I wanted to flip that. I wanted to change that narrative and have more home ownership. But as this new generation is coming out and looking for housing, they want to be mobile. They want to be able to pick up and move at an instant. So I've had to change my mindset to think, okay, rentals might be the way to go here. But we're seeing them want that experience of a downtown, of those second and third floor buildings. So it's really opened up another opportunity for our businesses along these areas to start thinking about not just the first floor, but those upper floors that you just kind of walled off and forget they're there until you got to go look for a leak or something. Now they're starting to think about what can we do with those second and third floors to help with the housing crisis that we're having, and we are having a housing crisis in Ashtabula as well, but to also generate some more income for their buildings.
We could spend the rest of the day talking about preservation, authenticity, brand identity for a community. I know when we go in to do our work for strategic plans for towns, we obviously, at the top of the list is preservation. History is everything as it relates to the town, the uniqueness of the town, the buildings that were built there. Sure, they were all a pattern language at one time, and every town has Italianate and this type of style and so forth, but the people that built those buildings in those towns, it was meaningful. It created a great streetscape, a great framework for living and working and educating and so forth. But I would say, and I echo Jim's point, being an architect, I really struggle with the authenticity issue when communities try to replicate architecture or history in their town. They're kind of blurring the vision between what is authentic and what is actually new. And very few people have the financial wherewithal to build something to that exact kind of specification. Steve Wynn can do it in Las Vegas, Disney does it, but who can afford to go in and replicate a building, all the detail that goes into these buildings that were built in the 1800s, and put that in place so that it actually looks absolutely perfect? Very hard to do. So, and again, economics are everything. Can you generate the rents? Can you get the people to move into a building that has high rents and so forth? The economics plays kind of a role in all of that. So I'm of the belief that you need to have strong contemporary architecture that is contextually correct. Something that complements that historic authenticity with new bricks and mortar, but does not look like belongs on another planet. It's contextually correct. It's got punched openings, not ribbon windows. It's got height limitations as it relates to its neighboring buildings. It has storefront consistence with its neighboring buildings. And you can start to do infill new architecture to match that, or to make it more contextually correct. There was a time when design review guidelines were all about just historic preservation, how to deal with historic buildings. But over the last 20 years, we've seen a heavy increase in the amount of infill development, and so we really have to be prepared for that. So I would advise any towns, if you don't have an architectural review board or you don't have design guidelines, put those in place. And I would also recommend not to go in heavy-handed with, a pattern of design guidelines from, a big historic district or Cape Cod or someplace. Go in light so that you're really getting people to buy into the fact that we're all in this together. There's some conformity that we need to deal with. There's a color palette that we can all select and choose from and kind of work together that way. I know in terms of the authenticity issue too, it's not just about buildings, it's about land uses and how the town was laid out. Where are the green spaces? How did they once reflect the quality of life in that community? Are they still available to be renewed or renovated? Riverfront development, I think in Appalachia is a huge opportunity. And of course, we've seen it once was perhaps somewhat recreational when our founding fathers were there, but it quickly became industrial, it became sewer treatment, it became rail lines. So now we're taking all those pieces of the riverfront back and trying to put it into more of a recreational use that obviously has floodplain issues and so forth, but that's the beauty of putting riverfront development that's recreationally focused in those areas. So I think there's a fine balance between authenticity, the new brand identity, perhaps the remaking of a downtown, and the impact of that new architecture, new construction.
I think those are really good points, Craig. I went through, when I was a Main Street manager in Medina, Ohio, there was a pretty contentious fight to keep the newer courthouse in town, the 1969 courthouse. But I think, and I used to be the kind of guy that said, don't tear anything down, save everything. But then I came to realize that almost anything standing today was not the first building on that site. So something has to come down. Jim had pushed back a little bit. When a city says the building got too bad, that building can't fix itself. It's that owner's responsibility, it's the city's responsibility. I'm going to call you out a little bit on that. But at the end of the day, if something comes down, let's just make sure we replace it with something wonderful, not something that's going to come down in 50 years, right? We've talked a lot about housing today. I'm curious, what are you seeing across the region, to Jim's point, for upper floor housing? Are you seeing developers interested in that? Are you seeing locals stepping up and redoing those upper floors so they're not just sitting vacant? We don't have to go down the line anymore.
So so we've started to see that. We have started to see the people that own existing buildings with second and third floors talking about those opportunities, and especially with the townhouses that were built along our Bridge Street area, our historic area. Those are second and third floor. They actually have garages on the first floor, and then it goes up from there. The existing buildings that are on Bridge Street, those owners have taken advantage of the tourism. Some of them are workforce housing, so the waiters and waitresses or the people that work in the coffee shops are living upstairs in some of those affordably. They can do it at an affordable level, but others have turned them into really nice Airbnb style short-term rentals that get a lot of play as well. We are seeing the infill housing. So we did do a lot of demos between our land bank and the city over the years. We were hit really hard with the mortgage crisis of 2008. So we have a lot of missing teeth in our community. But developers are coming in and building housing on those single story when it comes to that. We do have an elderly population in the city that are looking to leave their 2- and 3-story homes and get into a single story. So it's opening up some inventory, but then that inventory, as someone said earlier during the conference, is pretty old. It needs to be renovated. So we're trying to provide different incentives to get people to renovate their buildings and the houses that they have to help with this. But we had one building, it's known as the Castle Block building. It's just a block away from our main avenue. Developer came in there, completely redid the building, did 18 apartments in there. And our downtown, like I said, like most downtowns, is kind of, it's not on, we're not at the up and up yet, but we're getting there. And it hasn't seen the development and care that it's needed in all these years, but we're getting there. They were kind of a pioneer and did it first with this one little section. They put 18 apartments in there, and they all rented quickly. So that was a really positive thing for us. It both had on the first floor, and then there's commercial out front, and then upper floors of that building, and they rented very, very quickly. So that's encouraging for the rest of the folks on Main Avenue to say, hey, we've proved a concept over here. There's still a lot of need for housing in the community, and it's really a case in our community. If you build it, they'll come.
Anybody else? Upper floor housing?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. All the communities that I've worked in, it's always been something that we've said, you know, hey, we've got to deal with this. Again, economics play into it, building code plays into it, fire suppression systems perhaps, so that you have to weigh out the economics of doing it. But I would say in most cases, it's very affordable to go up and renovate these upper stories, put your apartments in. Sometimes if I don't know what the code issue is, I think it's more than 6 units, you may have to be dealing with an elevator. So there's things that you just have to weigh out with that. But the housing that because I've been watching this go on now for a long time of downtown upper story development, the housing that kind of has me interested is to try to recapture those walk into neighborhoods surrounding downtown. A lot of downtowns were cut off by major highway. Those neighborhoods were cut off. You can no longer walk from that neighborhood into downtown, or some sort of other public improvement came in and kind of cut the neighborhoods off. So I think there's real opportunity in smaller communities, mid-sized communities, to start infilling new infill housing in these neighborhoods where you can get a builder locally. You don't have to be reaching out to a big developer looking for a spot to build 250 units, because a local builder could really take this kind of challenge on, or a handful of local builders. Build 5 on this street in this neighborhood, 4 on this street in that neighborhood, 6 on this street. It starts to bolster the tax base. It brings people living back into the city. It's bringing new housing back. It's building customers in for downtown, selfishly speaking. So I think that housing is really something that I think we should spend a little bit more time and attention on.
Just one other point, because you bring up a couple good points when it comes to zoning and when it comes to the code. So our zoning is miserable. And I think if you look at a lot of older communities like ours, we were so desperate for development back in the day. It was, okay, yeah, we'll do spot zoning over here. And it just didn't make sense. Well, you know, I know Mr. Smith, and he's wanted to do this little market on his street forever, so we're going to make that little parcel commercial. And, you know, it makes no sense at all. So we actually just went out for a bid, RFP and RFQ for companies to come in, look at our master plan, update that master plan, and then I want them to burn our current zoning book, and we're going to actually have a celebration when we burn this book and come up with a new one. And to Craig's point, we want to make it so that if you come into our planning community development office, we want to just, what do you want to do? Here's how you do it, and then get out of your way. And I know that sounds crazy coming from government, but remember, I'm a private sector guy before I got forced into this thing. So about this time every day, you can find me under my desk longing to be back in the private sector. But we're trying to bring that flavor back, and it's working with developers like Craig and like some of the people that we've met here today, that there's a better way to do it. And so when you talk about the units and different things like that, and egress and entrance and whether for sprinklers, I'll send my fire department in with a developer and say, if you do this, now you're going to have to do that. So we try to prep them way ahead of time before, you know, the building department comes down and says, we got to put a stop work order on it. Your project just went from X to Y, and now it's become unattainable and unaffordable. And so we try to come in real early on and just say, let us walk through with you. Let us tell you, you know, if you open that wall, what that means and how it's going to affect the rest of the project. And I encourage a lot of communities to do that, because we've seen a lot of projects that somebody just went in with the hammer, and now you've opened a whole can of worms, and we can't put that genie back in the bottle once it's out. So zoning code, I think, in a lot of our older regions really needs to be looked at. We don't even have in our code that you can have electronic signs. So now everybody that wants an electronic sign has to come through our planning commission and go through that whole song and dance, and it delays a project about a month, and it just doesn't make any sense. So we really need to upgrade it to the times, and while still looking at those two areas where we have preservation, and set the standard for those areas so that when somebody buys a building in there and they don't know all this stuff, we can simply hand them a piece of paper, here's what you have to do.
That's a great feedback. We've talked a lot today about money and funding for various things, different programs. If you had one golden ticket, if there's not currently that financial incentive, whether it's the federal tax credit, state historic tax credit, money through Director Carey's office or through the state, what's that golden ticket that you would have that would solve the problem? Is it a funding thing, a development thing, a zoning thing? What's your golden arrow?
Take a bunch of money to the horse track. I'll say this. You know, obviously there's a big swirl right now about what's happening with the federal government and all the things that are affecting all of our lives across the board, not the least of which is going to be economic development. We've already heard that SHPO in the state of Ohio has lost 15 or 16 positions. Their ability to review federal or state tax credit and federal tax credit applications is going to be paralyzing, quite frankly. But I would say this, that I think local economic development is going to have to really get creative. And I've seen this in action in several communities. In fact, Matt and I just visited one up in Northwest Ohio this last couple of weeks, where a local foundation stepped in to really become a foundation to community development. We all have foundations, or most communities have foundations. Some of them have the economic and financial wherewithal to do many things for the community, but in the past, most of those things are, you know, some money to the high school for a new addition, or money to a playground for equipment, and kind of underwriting these kind of things. But we've seen it now in action, in fact, even in Zanesville, where foundations have stepped in and put serious money into matching what we're getting for the Appalachian program so that brick and mortar projects and community development can happen. So I think foundations are something that really needs to be taken a careful look at. Local community banks are going to have to, I mean, they get CRA points for being involved, so let's get community banks more involved in underwriting some of the work. Matt mentioned it, and I echo it as well, even though it's going to be maybe a little bit more tough sledding. The federal and state historic tax credits for preservation, and then throw all the rest of it into the opportunity zones, tax increment financing, new market tax credits, Jobs Ohio money, TMUD, very sexy acronym, isn't it? All those things really need to be looked at, because if you look at sophisticated development projects these days, and I have to come totally clean, I am involved in new urbanism, so I'm doing some of that Disneyland stuff that Matt mentioned earlier, Evans Farm up in Columbus, Ohio, or Delaware, Ohio, if you're familiar with it. But all the financing on these projects is a very, very tricky capital stack. It's not just a bag of equity going to the bank and getting a loan and doing something. I mean, it's just got multiple layers. And some of that's just little pieces of financing to help build that stack so that it is financeable. So I think you're going to have to see more activity at the local level to make projects happen. I mean, it's one man's opinion.
I very much agree with that, and actually we've been very, very fortunate that we've had that local foundation step up in our area and basically bank the unbankable. Bridge Street has been just complete. Its renaissance has been from the ground up, from entrepreneurs. It was the kid that had the idea that he wanted to have a barbecue shop. He's now in his third building on Bridge Street, and it started off really small, then went to medium size, and then went to an old warehouse. And that when he went to the old warehouse, he could go to a traditional bank because he was given that opportunity all along the way. The coffee shop that started out with just a few cups and didn't have a dime to even go buy a filter is now in their second location and thriving and sending out coffee on the internet and everything like that. So we even do coaching. So we bring entrepreneurs in and go through a series with them. I'm on this particular board, but we do classes with them. And some entrepreneurs at the end of it go, well, you know what, this isn't for me. And they didn't actually go out and invest. But then we can help them write their business plan and then see if they are going to be bankable. And if they're not, we can still find a way, if it's a good plan, to get them funded and get them up and rolling. So that grassroots is huge important. And we would not have our Bridge Street without the grassroots. The other things that you mentioned about the capital stack, you know, that becomes an educational piece as well for the rest of the community, because I'm a huge fan of tax credits, of tax abatements, and everything that we can do to attract people in. Now, I don't go in and just say, here's everything we got and I'm willing to give it all to you if you do it. We build it into the project where it's needed. But for those in the community that are paying their full taxes and struggling to pay their full taxes, they don't understand that this is what you need to have that development, that somebody is putting a lot of risk on the line coming into the community. And of course now what you see in Columbus with all the talk about property tax and how vicious it is and how we're giving everything away and how it has to be cut. And school districts are banking too much of their money, which is crazy to me. But you know, it's going to become more and more important that the educational piece is there, that if communities want these things, there has to be an incentive to do it. And I've always said, if every 88 county or all of the municipalities in Ohio stopped doing it, I'd be happy to stop doing it. But we have to be competitive. And so these incentives are extremely important. I know we actually lost a project for housing when the state came down and said you could no longer use historic tax credits on top of LIHTC funds. We lost a huge important project to the city that would have housed a lot of people and been moderate workforce and low-income housing that people would have lived into it. But you know, when that program changed and you couldn't do that project just walked right away from us. So it's the educational piece of getting into our communities and making them understand that, yeah, you know, we're going to eventually get that money from tax abatement. It might not be now, and we're not losing any money by giving a tax abatement now. We're just kind of banking it for the future. So I think those kind of educational pieces to the community are very important.
No, I agree. Being in a position where we really got a golden ticket item and being able to help all these different communities, I think that collaborative piece is so important even after you get that, because we wouldn't have been successful without, you know, collaboration from actively engaged civic groups, our local governments, counties, help from the LDDs. It really takes everybody to pitch in and make things successful. And one of the things that we are seeing, and I have to caveat this with the fact that our ACGP transformation is really in its infancy. So we're just starting to see the impacts of things because we haven't actually built anything out yet. I mean, we've upset some people by cutting down trees in their favorite parks and they don't see anything else happening yet, but they will. They'll like us at the end of the day when they have these nice new parks. But we are already seeing interest from private developers that want to come in and do these sort of mixed-use developments next to these assets that are being built out to sort of create these lifestyle communities where we are serving not only the locals but also tourism. So things that are being talked about are, you know, not only housing but new hotels and other hospitality businesses in multiple communities across our geographic coverage throughout our ACGP award. And I know one of the ways that we are absolutely going to be able to take this ball and run with it into the future is, as my 6-year-old likes to say when he's trying to get his dad to help him build out his Minecraft world, teamwork makes the dream work, Dad. But it's true. That is how we're going to be able to move into the future for the prosperity of all Appalachians, from my 6-year-old up to, you know, seniors who need housing. So, you know, it's a real privilege to be able to work with so many engaged and passionate partners.
If I could say one more thing about the funding aspect. So I think the way that this program, the Appalachian funding right now that's coming to a lot of our downtowns and our areas for these projects, the way this is running is so much better than some of the other programs that we've been involved in. When we first did Bridge Street, we had downtown revitalization, we had a critical infrastructure, we had an ODOT grant, and then we had our allocation grant. And that was me being young in office and hey, let's just try to get everything that we can. And I remember my staff coming in one by one going, we got this grant. Oh, that's great. We got the second one. Oh, that's great. We got the third one. I don't know if we have capacity for that. We got a fourth one. Well, we're going to be working pretty hard right now. So we had a bunch of little ones that then we had to do all this monitoring for and follow all different rules for as we were doing this project in the same area, where with this Appalachian funding that's come across, you know, originally we weren't funded for facades. We said, listen, facades are really, really important. Sure, let's change the project to make it work like that. And for having the upper parts of our government keep saying, go spend that money, go spend that money. We've never had that before. I had a congressional earmark in 2019. I'm finally spending it this year. And that project went from $460,000 when I applied for it to over $600,000 now. And I'm going, well, what about the gap between there? Sorry, Jim, but we gave you the 460 back then. So the way that this program is running, I hope that those that are in those offices and those that are at the State House or even in the federal government take a real hard look at the rules around this program, how little they are, but that there's still control over this program and allow that flexibility in all the grant funding that we get. Because if we had that flexibility, I think more of our communities would go after these grants. And smaller communities like the city of Ashtabula with only 2 people that monitor all this and then have to perform these grants, we can actually take them on and perform them without having to waste money on consultants and everything else to try to manage these programs for us.
For a county like Monroe with a population of 13.5, we don't have a lot of grant writers running around looking for projects and things like that. This ACGP opportunity was the gold ticket for us and for all of those 32 Appalachian counties. We had a project on the riverfront that was, they said, go big, go big. Well, we went big. We got funded like minuscule, but we had an opportunity that we would not have had prior to that ACGP. I give the governor a lot of credit and having the insight to breathe just hope into Appalachia. I mean, it got people in our communities out to just dream and think what could happen if we got the gold ticket. And, there were as many people that were pleased, there were that many that were disappointed. But you know what? They've got plans, they've got ideas and things that they can spring off of that doesn't mean that the Rust Belt has to be in our community. There are opportunities here, and I think that I give John Carey and his group a lot of credit. I'm sure they were building the plane while they were flying it, I think. But it was very difficult for those of us on the ground to revamp. Oh, they don't want this now. We've got to turn it around to include job creation or whatever it is, And so it was arduous, to say the least, but worth the effort, and it got us off of our negative side to look at the potential that we have. So kudos to the governor and the governor's office of Appalachia and all of those agencies that are working to help us facilitate that.
Beautiful. I think we're right at time. That's a great way to end this. We have our dreams, and we know that teamwork makes the dream work, right? All right. Thank you all very much for your insights and your passion for your downtowns. We appreciate it.
Wow. Great. Thank you guys so much. I really enjoyed that session, and I actually have to say the theme for this year's State of the Region was building thriving communities, but I think as we heard in every single session, that takes partnerships, and that takes community, and that takes passion, and that takes leadership at all levels. So thank you all to all of you in the room that are doing that back home, that are doing it within your organizations, that are doing it for your communities, because I really think that's what teamwork makes the dream work, as the 6-year-old will say so very wisely. Before we depart, I really would like to extend sincere thanks to our moderators and our panelists and our key conference partners, our hosts here at the Voinovich School at Ohio University, the U.S. Economic Development Administration, the Appalachian Regional Commission, Ohio Southeast, our Jobs Ohio partner, Appalachian Partnership, Inc., Appalachian Growth Capital, and the LDDs, Buckeye Hills Regional Council, Ohio Mideastern Governments Association, Ohio Valley Regional Development Commission, and Eastgate Regional Council of Governments. I also want to thank Appalachian Growth Capital again for their live stream sponsorship. If you're on the screen today, thank you for tuning in. We couldn't have done it without the support of our conference sponsors, the Ohio Air Quality Development Authority, SOPEC, Jobs Ohio and Ohio Southeast, Appalachian Growth Capital, and Appalachian Partnership, Inc. And many thanks to our technical support team in the back and our absolutely amazing event coordinator, Amy Meeks, over here. There she is. Thank you, Amy. And of course, Ohio University Catering for keeping us well fed today. And those wraps were great. So anyway, speaking of wraps, as we wrap up, I want to thank everyone for their participation in the 13th annual Appalachian Ohio State of the Region Conference, and ask you to complete our evaluation survey via the link the Voinovich School will send in an email later this week. And one final note before we depart, please return your name badge at registration so we can repurpose that for future events. Thank you again for joining us today. It was great to see many of you that I haven't seen in a while, and I hope you come back next year for this same event. I appreciate you. Thank you. Have a great day.